The views and opinions expressed on this channel are solely those of the host and guest and are intended for entertainment and discussion purposes only. This channel does not promote bias, hatred, or discrimination of any kind. All questions posed and thoughts shared are part of a critical thinking exercise and are not meant to offend or judge any individual or group. We encourage respectful dialogue and love for all. Please remember to think critically and engage thoughtfully. We aim to foster a positive and inclusive community where everyone feels welcome. Thank you for being a part of Risky Behavior ENT.
Risky behavior. Risky behavior.
Yo, what's up? What is up? Karmelo Anthony trial, racial tensions at an all-time high. I'm pretty sure everybody's been following the trial, so I'm not gonna talk about it in any way that other people talk about it. I'm pretty sure everybody thinks that they know the details, but I do want to talk about um the racial tension surrounding this case. What is up, man? I got my brother already in here, the Prince of Petty himself. We on my topic today. What up, bro? What up, man? How you been, brother? Man, I ain't seen you in a minute. Hold on. I got it. Yep. Oh, as everybody coming to the building, feel free to thumbs up the video and subscribe so you can come see the kid again in the future. All righty then. So I'm noticing something real, and honestly, it's something most people are too emotionally charged to say out loud. The Karmelo Anthony, Austin Metcalf case has become less about what actually happened and more about what people want the case to symbolize. The reporting backs that up. The trial has drawn intense racial polarization, with groups on both sides framing the case as proof of their own fears or grievances rather than focusing on the death of a teenager or the facts of the confrontation. Okay. And so, what I want to talk about is the real tragedy, the actual human loss, which is being overshadowed. You have people that think that they're helping, people think that they're showing concern. And what I'm noticing is people want to push their own racial agenda. And I'm noticing that the pain of the two families involved in this case, this trial, is being overshadowed to the point where I'm starting to think that most of the people that's out here protesting, I don't think they give a fuck about the Metcalfs. They see a white boy got killed by a black boy, and they go, man, woo, this is my chance. This is my chance to push my feelings, man. You know, you got black people know damn well that boy done took a damn life. And if you any kind of parent, you know damn well you ain't gonna teach your child to stab no fucking body just because of a confrontation. You teach your kids, hey, if something happened at school or at an event, something bad happened, what do you tell your kid? If you're a good parent, hey, go get a authority figure, go get a teacher, go get a coach. Hey, it's raining, the kids over there giving me a hard time. He could have went and talked to somebody else and they would have said, you know what? Hey, my team got a tent. You come over here under our tent, Anthony. You come over here and you sit on our but you damn sure don't teach your kid to fucking stab nobody. You wouldn't teach a kid that. Especially now, even in schools, even my son got in trouble. And even though my son, he was 10th grade, but my son boxing, wrestling, a kid that was older than him, um, he's a senior. I mean, this kid's like 6 foot something already. My son, what, 10th grade? He's what 5'4", but he know how to box, he know how to wrestling. He put that kid on his ass. But the schools got what? Zero tolerance. And even though my son, someone could argue and say, well, he was defending himself, still as a parent, I told him, and I seen the video. I understand you feel like you was protecting yourself, whatever. He ain't stabbed nobody or nothing, right? And then he didn't hurt the boy too bad. He just subdued him, right? But he still got to take accountability for that. That still was avoidable. I don't care if you got to look like a punk. It still was avoidable. You have a skill set, you know how to fight. You could have seriously hurt that kid and it wouldn't have been worth it. You still need to go get an authority figure. But like I said, the racial tension, that's what people concerned about. Look at the white, this is the black people. Look at the white people, man. See, if a white boy did it, they wouldn't have said nothing. If a white boy did it, he wouldn't have said nothing. No, the boy is wrong. You don't stab no fucking body. We got a life lost over a tent. And instead of trying to figure out what is going on with our children, I'm seeing videos of kids fighting at Taco Bells and in parking lots, and the cops pull up and they don't even give a damn no more. Cops pull up and the kids just keep fighting. They have no respect over authority, no respect for themselves, no respect for each other, no respect for the community, parents, or anything. And that's what I'm noticing about this trial. I'm like, my God, you got two families destroyed. Metcalf's more than the other family because the other family will still be able to visit their kid and see them and stuff like that, man. But still is a life lost. And the only thing people can seem to give a fuck about is black versus white. Shout out my brother Prince of Pace says I saw a video of a dude saying he only on Melo's side because he black. I'm telling you, I'm not on. And here's the thing, I ain't on anybody's side. I feel fucking sad because I actually got kids. And I know damn well it hurts if somebody do something to your kid. And I know it hurts as well when your kid do something that you know damn well they wrong. And it's like, man, why would you do that? Now I gotta go fight for you. I gotta spend money on this and that. And come on, man. Both of these families hurting, but nobody care about them. I'm not on either one of them. So I'm on the side of what's right. Let's go to trial and let's see the facts and what's wrong and what happened, and let's get a clear picture outside of the media. Let's get in this courtroom and see what the fuck actually happened. Prince says they don't care about Austin Metcalf at all. They don't care about that boy. They don't care about him and his dad at all. They're just using it as an excuse to spew out racial hate. They do not care. They're doing him a disservice. As a matter of fact, that's why jury selection is so hard, because the people that swear that they want Karmelo Anthony to be held accountable for his actions are making it even harder for him to be held accountable for his actions. They spewing lies all on the internet and the media to the point where jury selection is hell. Prince says, I get what you're saying, Diabolical. Fight the dude. Be mad at the parents too. Yeah, man. For real, man. Ain't nobody in their right mind gonna say that boy was right for fucking stabbing somebody, man. Come on, man. I'd have been up there. They would have had to arrest me as a parent. They would have had to arrest me. I'd have been up there whooping his ass. What the hell you stab somebody before? If you're a good parent, I ain't endorsing that. You stab somebody, the police gonna have to put me in handcuffs to keep me from whooping his ass for doing that. Shout out Mark G says exact same shit just happened in England. Silk guy killed a white kid and the police arrested him, put handcuffs on him, and left him to die. Oh, I have to look into that. I didn't hear about that. Cage says I'm white, but yeah, I go on Twitter and it always wants to show me black folks beating up white folks trying to radicalize me. Exactly. I think our phones and our media know who we are and they're showing us these things um on purpose, trying to pull the hatred and pull the anger out of us. And I want to point this out because I remember talking to somebody on Clubhouse about this, right? Media will make you paranoid and make you crazy, but if you actually even look up murder, statistically, murder is very rare. The majority of us are not violent. The majority of us do not want to hurt each other. But the media will paint that picture and have you paranoid. And before you know it, you'll be hating people. Right? The same way people are going through it now with the Rick Child case and him and the kid. Let the media tell it. All Asian people want to kill black people now, and not all black people want to go after Asian people. And now it's awkward now just going to pick up some food and you just want some hibachi. I'm telling you, I caught a black guy coming out. True story, real quick. I'm about to play the news clip and catch it up. I am going through the parking lot. I'm driving through the parking lot. I'm going slow because I'm going in. It's a grocery store and then a hibachi restaurant on the end in the plaza. I'm driving slow because, well, people are coming out of the stores. Somebody is coming out of the hibachi spot. I slow up and stop to let them go. It happens to be a black guy. I'm looking at him across the street. He looks over, sees me. This is right after the Rick Child verdict came through. Tensions are high. And this must be what it was because he was acting regular, looks over, sees me, has a guilty look on his face, clutches his food, and like hurry up and gets in his car real quick. He should not have to feel like that getting some fucking hibachi. But in his mind, he thinks like I'm going to judge him. Dude, get your food. I don't care. What are you talking about? Behavioral finance says this trial will be major and racial. He never should have been in the wrong tent and wrong for stabbing that boy. And yes, I'm black, not biases. I'm telling you. Shout out my brother, Mr. Marcus, in the building. What's up, my brother? How you doing? How you doing? I'm telling you. Let me okay. And this is just an update. This supposed to be a news clip. It says Karmelo Anthony murder trial week 1 recap, jury selection, testimony, and surveillance videos. Just, what's going on.
In a very emotional, intense few days in court. Today marks the end of the first week of the murder trial for Karmelo Anthony, and it's already been a very emotional, intense few days in court. Anthony is accused of fatally stabbing Austin Metcalf at a Frisco ISD track meet that happened last year. The teen's attorneys are claiming that it was all in self-defense. Our Trevor Sohaki is live for us this morning outside the courthouse with the very latest on this. And Trevor, what did we learn in the first day of testimony?
Well, Carmen, prosecutors yesterday wasted no time in showing surveillance footage from the track meet on the day of the stabbing. Jurors also heard from various witnesses, including an athletic trainer and coaches, as the parents of both Karmelo Anthony and Austin Metcalf looked on. Now, while all that happened on the inside of the courthouse, on the outside of the courthouse, demonstrations grew larger and at times protesters confronted each other. The case revolves around a confrontation between Anthony and Metcalf at a Frisco ISD track meet last April. Authorities say Anthony stabbed Metcalf, but Anthony says it was self-defense. Jurors on Thursday watched surveillance footage from the stadium. An expert said the footage appeared to show one person push another and the other person push back. However, he acknowledged the video does not appear to capture the actual stabbing. Jurors also heard from Memorial High School head track coach Rob Starr. Starr fought back tears as he described going to Metcalf after the stabbing and seeing the condition the teen was in. He testified that team tents are designated for specific schools, saying, quote, "It's a big deal to keep everybody separated." Meanwhile, the defense argued that Anthony was looking for a tent to take cover from the rain on the day of the stabbing. He wasn't looking for trouble. The defense said student athletes do walk around and talk to each other at times during the track meets, and Anthony was in the wrong place at the wrong time. Defense attorney Mike Howard said, quote, "Austin makes the first physical contact in spite of the warning, touch me and find out," or whatever was said. In that split second, Melo has a decision to make, how and when to act. So he reacts in a split second of fear and chaos. And we've mentioned before just how much attention this trial has gotten. Well, there's already a line of people, maybe dozens or so, that have already formed outside of the courthouse this morning to try and get in and watch the proceedings. They don't start this morning until 9 a.m., just a few more hours. Live in McKinney, Trevor Sahaki, CBS News, Texas.
You know, that whole statement about like touch me or get it, it's always kind of weird to me because it does make me wonder about the mentality of a person like that. I've got into confrontations with people and had a knife on me, never thought to use it to stab someone. I've had arguments with people, had a gun on me, never thought to grab it or use it. And that is the part that always kind of bothers me in cases like this, is when someone's first reaction is to go for a weapon, especially when they haven't seen someone else pull a weapon. I think that's a problem. When that's your first go-to. And I did see Kevin Kev said this is Trump's America. I've never seen that this much like of a divide and stuff. It is weird though. It's kind of crazy, man. These last 4 or 5 years maybe. I remember a time where I was, just thinking that just being an American, I was like, man, we've come a long way, and I kind of thought like everybody was getting along, and I'm kind of shocked when cases and stuff like this happen. I'm kind of like, damn, we're still like, I kind of thought we was past a lot of this shit. Shout out Prince says, what's crazy is I was right since day one. The video doesn't show Melo getting stumped out. People say he was jumped. Get out of here. People hated me on the internet. Yeah, a lot of people were saying that. And Prince, they tore your ass up on I think, what was it, TikTok? you pissed a lot of people off. You pissed a lot of people off, man, with that. I never thought he got jumped like that either. Benny says all of Texas, common sense. If the shoe was on the other foot, the white dude would already be in prison for a life sentence. You know what, Benny? I don't think they've taken too long with this case. They've done a good job. Especially with lately, there's other murder trials I've seen taking 3-4 years to get on the way. I think they kind of did a good job getting this trial going on. I don't think it's been too much time, like covering different news stories and murder trials and all that. I don't think they took too long with this. Shoot, even that Rick trial case that they just did, shit, that was 3 years. Yeah, that was 3 years with that case. Let me see. Everything you need to know. Let me see what he's tried for. So we already know the backlash in the US following the incident on April 2nd, because this happened in 2025, right? At the Kukendo Stadium in Frisco, Texas. High school track meet turned tragic when 17-year-old Austin Metcalf was fatally stabbed. Metcalf, a junior at Frisco Memorial High School, died at the scene after sustaining a chest wound during an altercation in the bleachers. Authorities said the other party involved was a 17-year-old Karmelo Anthony. So we know what led to it. I want to talk about his charges. Charges and legal proceedings in the Karmelo Anthony case. In June 2025, a Collin County grand jury indicted Karmelo Anthony on one count of first-degree murder. Because Anthony was 17 at the time of the incident, he was being tried as an adult under Texas law. If convicted, he could face up to life in prison. However, due to his age, he is not eligible for the death penalty or life without parole. Anthony was initially held on a $1 million bond, which was later reduced to $250,000 following a review of his background and school record. He was released under strict house arrest conditions, including wearing an ankle monitor, avoiding social media, and remaining under adult supervision at all times. The trial is currently scheduled to begin on June 1st, 2026, which we know it already started. Okay. Let's see what I want to do. I'm gonna play the news. I'm gonna play the news version of I'm gonna play the news version of like the protesting and people and all that, and then I'm gonna play like I was on Instagram threads, and then I'm gonna play that version. I'm gonna see if it's too different because people are out there protesting. First, I'm gonna get into. Let me do this jury selection. When you talking about the jury selection, because currently there are no white jurors on jury, and I know people are gonna say that's fucked up, and I do have a unique. My apologies, I froze for a little bit. All righty. I have a unique perspective on that given to me by my wife, so I can't take credit for it.
Hello, everybody. I'm Heather Hayes.
And I'm Steve Eager. Within the last hour, a jury has been chosen to decide the closely watched murder trial of Karmelo Anthony.
More than 500 people were on the list of potential jurors, but the jury will not include anyone who is black, despite this case being racially charged. Fox 4's Alex Boyer joining us now. Alex.
Hey guys, good evening. That's right. And I can tell you that a court spokesperson confirmed that there are indeed no black jurors on this panel. And I can tell you that before this jury panel was seated, the defense objected to 3 black women being struck by the prosecution. Now, the prosecution contended that it was due to the fact that the women were educators, noting that this incident happened at a school function with young students. The defense then pointed out that those were three of those were 100% of the available black jurors in what's called the strike zone, adding that the state struck all 3. The judge went out and reviewed their questionnaires and came back and said that the defense's challenge to the 3 jurors being dismissed was denied. The judge said the court found that the state had non-racial means to strike the jurors. Now, background: Karmelo Anthony, 17 at the time, is accused of fatally stabbing 17-year-old Austin Metcalf last year at a Frisco ISD track meet. Anthony was reportedly sitting under a tent for a school that he did not attend. Witnesses say the two got into an argument and Anthony stabbed Metcalf in the chest. Metcalf died in his twin brother's arms. Police said that Anthony told them he acted in self-defense. Now, this case has become racially charged, fueled in large part by online speculation, rumors, and misinformation. On Wednesday, attorneys for both sides got an hour and 45 minutes to question the reduced poll of these potential jurors. They were questioned on their views on a variety of topics, including race, how they felt about serving on this case, and if they would hold it against the defendant if he chose not to testify on his own behalf. The defense also tried to gauge if the potential jurors would be uncomfortable giving Anthony a lower sentence if there is a guilty verdict. I talked to a jury consultant about the process so far.
It's an excellent team on both sides. I believe Bill Worski has, he's a veteran prosecutor. He's tried some very high-profile cases. And then Toby Shook has been both the prosecutor and a criminal defense attorney. And then Mike Howard is an excellent criminal defense attorney as well. And they, along with the DA, it's going to be a very well-tried case.
And I did speak with Allison Richardson before the jury was sat, so I did not have a chance to ask her about these late-breaking developments. Now, this high-profile case continues to draw supporters and spectators to the Collin County Courthouse. We saw another group of folks demonstrating at the entrance of the courthouse this afternoon. We expect that to continue throughout the trial, which the judge hopes to have wrapped up by the end of next week. Now, I can tell you that 19-year-old Karmelo Anthony was in court today for the proceedings. He was wearing a suit with a tie and a purple shirt, which is also the color many of his supporters have been wearing. He did take some notes during the proceedings. I can also tell you that there does appear to be some minorities on this jury panel. Again, however, none of them are African American. Opening statements begin tomorrow at 9 a.m. Back to you.
Okay, Alex Boyer in Frisco, thanks.
And a reminder, Fox 4 will bring you extensive coverage of the Karmelo Anthony trial. You
Now, I was originally upset about that. I still am. I think it's kind of fucked up. I think it's a way that they could find, because of the racial tension, it's a way that they could kind of make it fair, right? Like, put one black person up there, right? There's an old joke from a comedian that says you always need one. Like, if you want to beat a murder trial, and it's not to make light of this case or nothing, but somebody made it say you always need one, and it was a black comedian that said this. You always need one black person on your jury to say, I don't believe this shit. You know, you need that one, okay? But I remember talking to my wife about it, and my wife had to go do jury duty, and it was for it was like a drug case or something like that. And my wife said, well, you have to think about it. When it comes to jury duty, a lot of times we try our hardest to get out of it. We don't know how to answer the questions. You know, we don't know how to speak or say something things. And so it's easy to kind of strike and get them out of there. You know, so they're asking you a question saying, can you convict this person of life? And they're, oh no, I can't do that. You know, they can strike and get you out of there. And so I do think that perhaps them striking and getting those black juries out of there, I don't think it was for racial reasons. No. Okay. So I got a video that's interesting that I seen, because you know how they were showing the people protesting in the back, and because they had no sound on those people, it seems like the protest at the trial might have been peaceful. I assure you it wasn't peaceful at all. I don't think it wasn't necessarily violent. Nobody hit nobody, but the words they was using and the shit that was going on is a reason the news didn't play. All right. Shout out to my brother, Mr. Marcus says, we are still not coming together as a nation, and we are in the year 2026. Racism is still here. Separation is still here. Ignorance is still here. When does it end? When do we start coming together? I don't know, brother. I don't know. As long as people can be fooled by the media and stuff, I don't think it is. People don't know how to think for themselves. The news and the media tells them how to think. Let's see. Mr. Stromboli says blacks are the problem. They can't control their emotions. Mr. Stromboli, I'm about to play you a video. Everybody's emotional. Black, white, don't matter what they are. Everybody's emotional. And I'm going to prove it. Because even in this situation with the trial, not saying that he deserved to be stabbed, but even a kid, like I would tell my son, if the roles was reversed, you don't go put your hands on somebody and think you can remove another student from a tent. First of all, it's your school's tent. It ain't your tent. I didn't buy the tent. I'm your parent. I didn't buy the tent. You didn't buy the tent. If there's a student there that y'all think is making y'all uncomfortable and needs to be moved, what do? You'll get an adult. That's my rule for children, period. You go get an adult. but they're teenagers. You can't expect them to control their emotions. And when it comes to the public, because even adults can't control their emotions. I don't give a fuck what color they are. Ain't no these silly adults out here controlling their emotions. And we look at the children and what they do and how they behave and how they act and go, why are you shocked? Even adults don't know how to act. Plant Man says Karmelo is evil. I don't know if he's evil. However, if I was Metcalf, I would feel like he was evil because I would be biased because it's my kid that he hurt. Plant Man says he deserves prison. No argument there. He definitely did something was wrong, and murder is murder. Shout out to Shelton in the chat. Prince says, I think Melo is cooked. I think he's definitely going to get time. He will throw himself on the mercy of the court. I'm pretty sure of that. I don't know if he will get how much time he will get or something like that, but he definitely did something that was wrong. I don't think somebody pushing you or shoving you, like, especially as I'm a man. I grew up a boy. What's the fisticuffs, man? You got to duke it out or take an ass whooping or something. I don't know, slam the kid. But you don't stab nobody and kill him. But the news and the media is controlling people's thoughts. We can't even come together and say he's wrong and he deserves time. Okay? And it's in trial. But I'm about to show you how silly adults are. Zeddy Next says, I always get out of jury duty. See? I'm telling you. Shout out to Pat says it's your duty as an American citizen to be on jury duty. And I agree with you. But a lot of people, especially I can't front a lot because I'm black. A lot of us, we don't feel like that's our duty and we don't want to do it. And a lot of us are trying to get out of it. And so I can't always necessarily blame the government when you look at a jury and say, oh, there's no black people on the jury. When I know, man, we be trying to get out the damn jury duty. I can't lie about that. All right. Let me see.
Tensions were high today for
Karmelo Anthony should be swinging from a tree outside this courthouse. Karmelo Anthony should be hanging from a tree. He wants to reestablish race relations in this country so that we can get along.
Tensions were high today for the Karmelo Anthony case, who is on trial.
My bad. I forgot to put it up on the damn screen. All right. Listen to these people out here. This is what, when I played the news clip, the news had these people in the background. You couldn't hear what was going on, but these people going at it outside the trial. Rewind it just enough.
Karmelo Anthony should be swinging from a tree outside this courthouse. Karmelo Anthony should be hanging from a tree. He wants to reestablish race relations in this country so that we can get along.
Tensions were high today for the Karmelo Anthony case, who is on trial for the alleged unaliving of Austin Metcalf.
We love our black youth. They deserve protection too. So, excuse me if I use colorful language like Karmelo Anthony needs to be swinging from a tree. Our people are being hunted by your people.
It's the other way around because for years and years and centuries, white people have killed black people. Do you deny that? Like, have hung black people in trees. Like you said, have enslaved black people, have mass incarcerated black people.
I think it's victim culture. I think it's victim culture, and there's too much. You crack-ass motherfucker, you barely made it to the... You got one foot in the grave and one on a banana peel. I'm going to push you if I get close enough.
Many supporters from each side showed up and gave their side of the story, including Next Gen.
I want to put out how Karmelo feels. He feels like you need 8, 19-year-old child that's starting for their life.
That's one of our sons, you know. That's
yeah.
I'm just coming here to support one of my family friends. You know, I think it's messed up what they did. I'm not saying anything racially, but I'm protesting that somebody that did a crime should be in prison for that crime.
Because if the shoe was on the other foot, they wouldn't give a damn. Let's say the community.
I just want to make sure that I capture, like, in my mind, like, everything, how it happens.
I'm Native American. I believe in Christian values. I'm here to stand
for these people over on this side, they're animals. They're heathens. They're fucking, they shouldn't even be allowed in this country anymore. They are agreeing that an innocent person should be murdered and the guy should get away. I don't agree with that.
Yeah, it was pretty wild, but I put some details below about the case. Let me know your thoughts on this.
Karmelo Anthony should be swinging from a tree outside this courthouse. Karmelo Anthony should be hanging from a tree. He wants to reestablish race relations in this country so that we can get along.
Tensions were high today for the Karmelo Anthony case, who is on trial for the alleged unaliving of Austin Metcalf.
We love our black youth. They deserve protection too. So, excuse me if I use colorful language like Karmelo Anthony needs to be swinging from a tree. Our people are being hunted.
Now, I hope anybody that watched this video that you noticed what I noticed. A bunch of dumbass people. How in the fuck are you protesting a trial that's currently going on? There are no results. What are you protesting? What are you doing? What happens at the end of this protest? Does anybody own a fucking time machine where we can go back in time and change what happened? No, we're currently in trial deciding the punishment and the justice. That's what's going on. We're going to lay the facts out. We're going to see what's happening and what should be happening. That's what's so what are y'all out there fighting about? What are you talking about? And then you got this dumbass white guy out there. He should be hanging from a tree. Oh, you want to go back in the day, right? Where y'all would storm into a building and drag the person out and hang them from a tree. Come on, that's ignorant. That's stupid. What are you talking about? They indicted him. The prosecutor clearly thinks that he did something wrong, and that's why he's facing a murder charge. What are you protesting? Is he at home? Did they say, oh, now, if they never indicted him and he wasn't on trial and they sent him home and said, you did nothing wrong, I get, then you protest. What are you out there yelling for? Like I said before, you don't give a damn about Metcalf. That boy is dead. And the only thing that you could think about is, how do I push my racist ass agenda? How do I get how do I attack these people? You know what I know? I'm gonna go and I'm gonna grab Austin Metcalf. I'm gonna go grab his picture, put it on a poster, and I'm gonna go out there and yell and act like I really care. That's a fucking insult, and that's a fucked up thing to do. To take your rhetoric and your agenda and attach it to a family that is grieving the death of a child, a twin brother, a twin. Somebody got your DNA, somebody you was in the womb with is no longer here, and you got to go through the rest of your life without your fucking brother, and you had to watch your brother die. And I'm sure that replays in his head every day. And the only thing that a selfish ass person like that guy you see out there pretending like he gives a damn when he know he don't is, how can I'm gonna get more views and more followers, and put the camera on me. I'm about to use this. What are you talking? These are two teenagers. I'm pretty sure that Karmelo Anthony, scary ass, would have stabbed a black boy if he would have pushed him. Karmelo Anthony would have stabbed the Asian kid. It would have been any. If a girl pushed him, I think that boy would have stabbed him. But that's all these people care about. It's just about their agenda. But people misinterpret this as love or care or somebody gives it. That these people don't give a damn. Those black people out there, this boy done stabbed and killed somebody and took their kid. You got a mama at home crying like she might have lost her baby forever. He's going to, a mother and father lose their kid. He's going to forever be in prison. Many people who have family members that go to prison often say that the family does the time with you. People go through that with you. Those people out there protesting don't give a damn about that though. They just out there yelling like the black kid. The black guy. He just out there yelling crack of this, crack of that. He don't give a damn about that family. That's why they out there. They don't care. They just have whatever their agenda is. In their mind, white people are so evil that a black kid should just be able to stab a white boy. And if you arrest them, you're being too harsh. You're being too harsh. They all racist. Every last one of them out there is some racist ass people, as far as I'm concerned. And they're stupid. The fuck you protesting something you ain't got a decision yet. And see, black people don't want justice, they want racism. Ah, man. Eric says Donald Trump is the best president on paper, though. I bet you catch hell for saying that in a lot of them. What's the spaces? TikTok, Twitter spaces, and Clubhouse. If you're on Clubhouse, man, they'll be mad at you for that, for saying that, man. They'll jump on you, man. Marcus Banks says they all sound like a bunch of idiots protesting. I'll tell you, they're dumb. What are they protesting? There's not a final decision. And then look at this dude. He's Native American. And then he's the most disappointing. He's the most disappointing out of all of them. What did he say? Let me
These people over on this side, they're animals, they're heathens. They're fucking, they shouldn't even be allowed in this country anymore. They are agreeing that an innocent person should be murdered and the guy should get away.
As a Native American, I think that's hilarious because at one point they said his people were animals and that they shouldn't be on the land either way. I just think it's weird. This is like the one moment I might be a little racist. Like that's weird. Your people on reservations in their original land, and you being on that, you even joining this race war is just weird, and the side that you picked is even weirder. Like I don't even know why he's there. You know, shout out Pat says race has nothing to do with it. It's just weird to me. Kevin says that's true. Race has nothing to do with it, but why are there so many mega races coming out of the woodwork? Hate and anger has no color, says Pat. Kevin says this guy's so dumb. LO bootlickers are insufferable. Eric says, did you know when slaves escaped to Canada, they turned around and begged to be back as a slave after they came to Canada? They went back to the plantation because it was too hard for them on their own. I don't know about that. And Eric says only the weak minds can be baited. Well, most people are weak-minded and stuff, and so they're going to be able to get baited out. All right. Let's see. Let's go to the comment section and see what people had to say. I love to read the comments up under these videos. Let's see. Gabby's too gorgeous says it's so embarrassing to be white. Like in my heart of hearts, I don't believe Karmelo Anthony was wrong for what he did. And I do believe those white boys jumped him and bullied him, and they were bullying him even before that. White people always find a way to make themselves feel superior because everything within them is small and fragile. I pray this boy gets the right outcome and he gets justice for the racial discrimination and the racial profiling within this case that is being done. I don't know. In this case, the racial, I don't know. I think when you stab somebody in the chest, I think they want to know why you did it. That's just me. I could be wrong. I'm just an idiot on YouTube. And I tell people all the time, don't listen to anybody, not even me. Research and look up everything and form your own opinion. Don't get baited. Some people would argue that what Gabby is saying in this post is kind of like, what's that? Like white guilt, if she's really white. I think half of the people on the internet are bots or something. You know, that's my fear, is that there's a lot of bots on the internet, and they're just like you know, they just put it on the internet because they know how people are. People like that's like when the I forgot who said it earlier in the comment section. Somebody's like, oh, people are emotional. Blacks are emotional. No, everybody's emotional. That's why they have these things on the media and the news. They're able to control everybody. That's why most businesses spend all their money on advertising, you know, marketing and stuff, right? My bad. I'm trying to get more of the comments up on the screen. Let's see. Jason said, well, I have a lot of Native American in me from a few tribes all over the country, and I can say this: we had it coming to us as well. We fought our own people and other tribes and got played by all sides. Yes. Thank you for that comment. I think Eric and Kevin are going at it in the chat. Oh, I missed one. Put that up. Shout out my brother Marcus, one of the mods I have here. Him and Prince says, I actually agree with you, Risky. I believe the majority of opinions on YouTube are bots. I'm telling you, I think they are. I think they're there to stir, stir people up, get the people going. Cookbook, I don't know what is it. Bitch, oh no, you effing lying, saying black people shouldn't be allowed in this country. Oh, they're talking about the Native American. You wouldn't be in this country if it wasn't for the Civil Rights Act that benefited you. Benefited you. Would be even be here. This person's so angry they couldn't even type correct. They meant to say you wouldn't even be here. So shut the F up, and get the F out of here with that BS. They hate you too, dumb butt cheeks. Okay. Ashfar says, nobody hunting your kind. We are sick of your racism, chimp mentality, behavior. So now you think it's okay to kill whites now? That boy belongs in prison. So sick of the I'm a victim mentality. Everybody's just projecting like their fear and their paranoia. It's crazy. Even like with the white guy, he was like, our kind are being hunted down by your kind. I don't think anybody's hunting anybody. Like, who's this group of black people hunting white people? And then like, who's this group of white people hunting black people and stuff? It's like, these are two dumb teenagers that got into it. And then you got an even dumber teenager that stabs the other one. Like, people could take something and just blow it up and just make it wherever the hell that they want to make it. Like, and then somebody else gunning for the Native American guy says, F that bozo and his Christian values. This person will forever be famous. The Dread Gemini says Kyle Rittenhouse is free, by the way. They always bring up Kyle Rittenhouse every time. That's every argument. What about Kyle Rittenhouse? What about him? What about Kyle Rittenhouse? Let's see. Boom, boom, boom. Yep, Kevin, Eric, still going at it. Marcus said, Kevin, Eric, please stop. Oh man, they cool, man. Let them bang it out. Let's see. Slowpoke says Austin should have been minding his business. He wouldn't be 6 feet deep. Wow. Effed around and found out, didn't he? Wow. I told you, look, Everybody is projecting their own hatred and fear onto these two kids. Why would you say that about somebody? Like, rejoice in a child being killed. And this is what the parents have to get on the internet and have to deal with. Like, seriously, you that people, like, it's baffling to me that anybody can be that racist, right? Like, you know, it's a kid that died, and that's how you feel about it. Like, oh, damn. Voices says people like them is the reason why I love the fact Trump doing everything he can to F America up. I bet they blame black people for that too. Somebody posted a picture of what's this dude? Chud the Builder. It says they'll ask you why Karmelo Anthony brought a knife to school, but not why Chud the Builder brought a gun on federal property. Make it make sense. I get what she's saying, but I think a lot of people did ask why Chud the Builder had a gun on him and why he shot somebody when usually he uses bear spray. You know what's crazy? And I said this about like the internet and social media, that what makes it so dangerous. It's so many people on one platform speaking at the same time that usually those voices morph into like this one person that becomes the target of everyone hate. For instance, this person wrote, they'll ask you why Karmelo Anthony brought a knife to school, but not why Chud the Builder brought a gun on federal property. Who's to say that the person who asked why Karmelo Anthony brought a knife to school is the same person that didn't ask why Chud the Builder brought a gun, right? You have people that may have been overly concerned on one case and not the other, but you have certain people like myself that I'm concerned about both cases. And I asked the question why both of them had their weapons, right? But the difference is, I think Karmelo Anthony is a kid. He's at a school event. Chud the Builder, he was out on the street where he could, I believe at the time, could legally have a gun on him. Somebody wrote, and his name is IQ Max, says, guess he didn't take heed to Chad the Builder. It's like, and his name is Chud the Builder, and I don't know. Oh, I guess he's trying to say like the white guy out there yelling is he might get face the same troubles as Chud the Builder, the guy that was out there saying that Karmelo Anthony should be hanging from a tree. Okay, so somebody posted this. It says, but Timmy freak ass is home with his uncle. He is a rapist and a murderer, and he is free. Forgive me, y'all. I hate that word so much because I hate that act. I think it's like one of the worst acts ever. I sometimes think it's worse than murder. All right, two Americans. 16-year-old Timothy Hudson accused of murder in SA went home with uncle, and 14-year-old George Steiny Jr. accused of murder executed alone. I want to look those two cases up and see. Marcus said, if you say so, Risky. Yeah, they I don't know what happened between them two. At all. All righty. Let me see. Oh man. What am I going to play next? All right. Man. My apologies, man. My computer's. I don't know why I be all like my computer is all that. I open too many tabs
Opening statement.
and and I'm like, come on, dog. Yep, your boy. So anyway, so real tragedy, the actual human loss is being overshadowed. So when you strip away the hashtags, the rallies, the bullhorns, and the online arguments, the core truth is painfully simple. A 17-year-old kid died. Another 17-year-old's life is permanently altered. Two families are shattered. But instead of sitting with that grief, people are using the case as a proxy battlefield for racial resentment they already carried long before these two boys ever met. So that's why we're seeing what we're seeing. You have people who don't actually care about Austin Metcalf suddenly acting like they do because he's white and they see the case as part of a large narrative they want to push. People who don't actually know Karmelo Anthony personally defending him automatically because he's black and they see the case as another example of racial injustice, right? You got white supremacist groups literally showing up to the courthouse to turn the case into propaganda, right? Black supporters framing the case as symbolic of a long history of being threatened or harassed. Okay. None of that has anything to do with the actual moment between two teenagers under a tent at a track meet. Okay. So what's happening isn't about them, it's about us. The case is functioning like a mirror. People are projecting their own fears, anger, and racial biases onto it. Some white people are using the case to express hostility towards black people without saying it outright. Some black people are using the case to express generational trauma and distrust of the justice system. Social media is amplifying the loudest, angriest voices, not the most thoughtful ones. The kids themselves, one dead, one facing life in prison, are becoming symbols, not humans. Think about that. They are no longer allowed to be human. That's the part that feels weird. It's because the conversation has drifted so far from the actual tragedy that it barely resembles concern for human life anymore. All right. Oh, man.
A big story that we're following today had a development. Take a look at this expose coming from TMZ. Karmelo Anthony trial begins with a debate over who started that confrontation. Opening statements started this morning in the high-profile murder trial of Frisco ISD student Karmelo Anthony. He is accused of fatally stabbing 17-year-old Austin Metcalf at a track meet last year. High tension and crowds of demonstrators have flooded the Collin County Courthouse where cameras are banned. This trial follows a contentious jury selection process on Wednesday where an all-white 12-person jury was finalized after Judge John Roach Jr. overruled defense objections to the state striking 3 Black potential jurors. So joining us now to break down the legal stakes is criminal defense attorney Jeremy Rosenhall. Jeremy, thanks so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox.
Hi, how are you?
Good. All right, so let's just start with these opening statements today that happened at the Collin County Courthouse. How would you describe the atmosphere and just the pressure inside the room as this trial gets underway?
Well, it's certainly a spectacle. I practice in Collin County, Texas. I was in the Collin County, Texas courthouse just this morning. There's a palpable security that's around. The courthouse is a bit of a ghost town because of this trial. And candidly, Collin County is a county of about 1 million people. I don't know that I've ever seen an atmosphere quite like it. They have had high-profile cases there before, but I imagine it's pretty tense. The court has had some very strict rulings with regards to publicity, with regards to security and things like that. There's just been a really unfortunate history in this case of online misinformation, threats, things like that. So the county is really taking no chances when it comes to security, no chances when it comes to the integrity of these proceedings.
A lot of headlines are saying, those opening statements today were a little bit heated. Break that down for the viewers.
Well, this has been a very emotional and contentious case. I'll start yesterday with jury selection. During jury selection, there were three what are called Batson challenges. A Batson challenge is a challenge essentially claiming that one side, in this instance, the state of Texas, was accused of racially motivated jury strikes. That's a pretty big, I mean, there's just no other way to say it than this, Anna. It's kind of a middle finger to another lawyer when you make a Batson challenge. You're calling the district attorney of the county a racist. And that's something that's kind of fighting words. This is the equivalent, if you will, of a fight that breaks out in the middle of a hockey game. These are professionals. Everybody knows each other. The defense attorney and the prosecutor used to work together. But Batson challenges certainly kind of raised the temperature quite a bit. In addition to what the high stakes at this trial already is, I can imagine that the opening statements are every bit as emotional and passionate.
How does seating a 12-person jury with 0 black members change the defense's approach in a case that's kind of already creating that intense racial tension that we just talked about?
When you're preparing for trial and when you're sort of kind of going into the general defense of your case, you've drawn up this play in your playbook for months now, and the composition of the jury probably isn't going to really impact if you're going to make any adjustments on the fly or anything like that. It's pretty interesting for the reason that Collin County, again, is a county of roughly 1 million people that is very diverse in a lot of different ways with a lot of different demographics. So it's going to be a bit of an anomaly to have a jury that is devoid of any particular race in any case. I think that we probably pay more attention to that on the outside of it, the media, the spectators, other lawyers in the community. We might sort of pay a little more attention to that than they might actually in the actual heat of the trial. We won't know if this was an important factor really until the verdict comes out, and then we might be able to sort of guess about it.
What would you say is the biggest hurdle that Karmelo Anthony's team faces in saying that he was acting in self-defense?
Trials are always about emotion. You've got the law and the legal standards here. They're clearly trying to get what's called a self-defense charge, but you've got to win the emotional battle. And that's really difficult when on the other side of this case, there is a young man, Austin Metcalf, who died. So you're always going to be at a deficit in a murder trial because one side, the prosecution, is fighting for somebody who died. And not only that, it's very clear, Karmelo, the question is not who done it, right? That's not in doubt either. So it's very difficult as a defense lawyer to try to get the jury to understand that, look, this young man's life is in the balance as well. He may have done this, but the reason why he did it, according to their argument, is justifiable. It's a very hard counterweight to Austin Metcalf having deceased.
Are you able to speak about how Texas's no duty to retreat and Castle doctrine could maybe come up in this trial?
So the way the Castle doctrine and the no duty to retreat are triggered is those are areas that you are allowed to defend. You're allowed to defend your home. You're allowed to defend your car. It's probably a broader question of how the jury may feel about sort of defending yourself and defending sort of the area that you're in, your own personal space, if you will. So I think that probably, if anything, there's just sort of a tendency in Texas to kind of feel that way, to feel like we have the right to defend ourselves, our person, and in specific instances, our house or our car. The bigger issue here in this case, there's three fairly large legal issues. Number one is, did Karmelo Anthony provoke the harm in this case? Because if you provoke the harm, you can't hide behind self-defense on the back end. That's the first question. The second question is, did Karmelo Anthony perceive a deadly threat? Not just a threat, but a deadly threat, because that's what entitles him to use, in turn, a knife. And the third question is, okay, even if the jury doesn't think that it is a self-defense, is this manslaughter? Was this an act that was not intended to kill? Those are really the three major questions here. And I think that the defense is battling for really all three of them.
How heavily will the defense need to rely on that chaotic and unclear video footage from underneath the track meet tent to introduce reasonable doubt into this factor?
Well, a video, pictures are worth 1,000 words, aren't they? And anytime in the 21st century, jurors certainly expect and anticipate that they're going to have some type of video evidence. Not only that, but you had all of these young people, you had all these high school kids who were at this track meet. They were all under the tent at the same time. And I guess nobody was videoing, which I think is a bit of an anomaly. You've got, and look, a lot of trials sort of fit into this category where you have a handful of people who witness the same thing. Nobody's going to have the same perspective. Nobody's going to, I mean, it's going to be very rare, frankly, for people to say the identical thing. So there's going to be a lot of confusion that's just inherent for no other reason. Then you've got a lot of perspectives.
From a legal standpoint, do you think Judge Roach's strict gag order actually succeeded in the trial's integrity, the widespread online doxing and the misinformation that we've been seeing?
I'll tell you what, again, sort of practicing in Collin County.
Yeah, right. I can't believe she asked that question. I don't think it worked at all.
In protecting the trial's integrity from the widespread online doxing and the misinformation that we've been seeing?
I'll tell you what, again, sort of practicing in Collin County and kind of witnessing it firsthand, they've got things really under control there. And I think they're pretty committed to not letting something outside really infect the process. We saw this in the Alex Murdaugh case. We saw the court clerk come and essentially make herself the 13th juror. And look, when you do that, when you have to try a case again, it's just a travesty in 10 different directions. You don't want to have the victims to have to relive everything and retry, right? You don't want the defense to have to waste the time and resources their trial. But not only that.
All right, let me see. Let's see. Rainy Day says liberal whites won't convict the kid. Rainy Day also said having a knife in itself is very damaging and not leaving the tent when asked. I wonder how that goes too, because I don't think kids have the authority to direct each other. I think each of them should have went and got an adult. There were plenty of coaches out there, and adult figures, parents. I don't think these kids should have addressed each other at all. So I don't know if you can say, well, a kid asked a kid to leave. I wonder how they look at that in court, because I know people are saying that, but I just don't think children have a right to tell children to leave anything. I just don't. George says Anthony is a murderer. Jesus is coming says a racial hate crime period life sentence. Cash Gennaro says definitely not a racial hate crime. Your demons are showing. Who that? What's up? Who that? I think I remember who that from before. I don't think it's a racial hate crime. I think they're just teenagers. I think Karmelo Anthony would have stabbed anybody, no matter the color of their skin. To be honest with you, I think if, like I said earlier, I think if a girl pushed him, he would have stabbed him. I don't think this crime was committed based on race. I don't even think Austin Metcalf approached that boy because he was black. I don't think any one of these kids, and I think that's the problem, is that when we project our fears and what we feel onto these kids, and we have no way of knowing if either one of them had any racial tension between them. And it's going to mess up, and it messes up the trial, and it makes things harder, and it's not even fair to the family. they were just talking about earlier where they were accusing the judge, the prosecution, you're striking jurors because on racial lines, right? Now, the judge overruled it and said that these strikes were fair and not based upon racial lines, right? But here's the thing. Everybody that wants to make this racial, you could be potentially hurting this trial. You know why? Who's to say that at the end of this trial, they find Karmelo guilty and they're able to appeal and take this to another judge, review it, and because y'all thrown so much racial tension on this trial, on this case, on these families, who's to say that? I'm not saying it's going to happen. I've seen things like this happen, though. They could appeal, and now they overturn the guilty verdict. Why? Because you wanted to put so much racial shit on it. Make it so racial to the point where this kid don't get a fair trial, or one could make that argument. And now the thing that you want to see is him found guilty. He might be found guilty without people doing all this racist shit. Just let the trial happen. Don't put too much on it. That way you don't give them an excuse or reason or anything that they could appeal and say, man, look, it was unfair. It should have been held somewhere else. It was unfair. Look, they strike the jurors. People are hurting this case, and they're hurting the families. They don't even understand it. I've seen this happen before. Just let it happen. I think what he did is wrong. I think that what he did was wrong. You don't need to add anything racist to this trial. Let's see. LOL, watch the full CCTV clip in about 17 minutes. It will tell and show the truth. He killed the white kid while screaming racist names. Let's see. Sasha says he arrived with a weapon. He was wanting chaos, shot short of everyone leaving the tent to find the adult. They were all at risk. I don't think he planned on necessarily stabbing somebody. I think he had to, I don't think he necessarily wanted to stab somebody. And I don't think everybody was in danger like that. I think these are two kids when something unfortunate happened with two teenagers that don't know how to control their emotions.
There's all sorts of people who need that courtroom, who need that courthouse for their own divorces, for car accidents, for lawsuits, for criminal cases, for any type of case. So when you shut down to a large extent the access to the courts, you really can't afford for that to be wasted. So that's Judge Roach's primary concern. Judge Roach is an outstanding jurist. I've been in front of him many, many times. And I'm sure that he's made it clear that we're going to do this once and we're going to do it once only, and everybody's going to get their day in court. So I have no doubt that the way that he is sort of prepared for this is going to make sure that we don't have to do this again like they did in Alex Murdaugh.
The next post on the screen for viewers coming from Fox News, just describing the scene outside the courthouse as that hearing did get underway today. Jeremy, for under Texas law, exactly where is the line between a defendant allegedly provoking harm versus maybe making a legally justified split-second reaction to what could have been a physical threat?
Case law on this is
making the line. News just describing the scene outside the courthouse as that hearing did get underway today. Jeremy, for under Texas law, exactly where is the line drawn between a defendant allegedly provoking harm versus maybe making a legally justified split-second reaction to what could have been a physical threat?
Case law on this it's pretty subjective, and it gives the judge a lot of what you would call discretion. That means leeway. The judge is going to be the one who decides whether or not self-defense has been raised, and then the judge will pass it along to the jury. So think of it like this. When the judge is listening to the trial, he's listening to all of the evidence in the case. It's like that Snickers commercial where they start reading the really long jury instructions. That's the jury's manual. Juries are, the folks who showed up to jury duty are not lawyers. They don't know what the law says about self-defense. They need a handbook. The handbook is what the judge is giving them in the court's charge. And then once the judge gives it to them, if the judge decides that self-defense is appropriate, it's the judge's decision to put that in there. And the law gives the judge a lot of leeway, and he's going to have to hear some really specific facts that, from Karmelo Anthony's standpoint, he thought he was going to die, and that's why he used deadly force. He's going to essentially have to hear that, and he will almost certainly have to hear it from Karmelo Anthony himself to raise a self-defense and to get a jury charge that allows the jury to acquit under that theory.
We know the prosecution's expected to call 35 witnesses. How does a defense team prevent testimony fatigue and really keep the jury focused on their core narrative?
When you're defending a case and you have so many witnesses, the way to sort of approach that is you kind of have what you might call a zone defense, right? The defense has their core theory being that Karmelo Anthony was acting in self-defense, and that maybe, we heard them say it earlier today, that it was Austin Metcalf that was the first one that put their hands on somebody else. So when you're defending a case and you have 35 people that parade on the witness stand, you don't really care so much about people who were there to talk about the weather, who were there to talk about who was sitting where. The only time you really sort of get involved, if you will, or mix it up with a witness is if they dispute that fact that you need to get your jury charge and the need to win. If a witness comes in and says, no, Austin Metcalf never touched him, then as a defense lawyer, you're going to tangle with that witness. But if a witness just comes in and says, Karmelo Anthony was wearing green, you sort of let that go and you don't really pick that fight.
Looking at the facts of this altercation, is there a realistic path for the jury to be instructed to consider maybe a lesser charge like manslaughter rather than first-degree murder?
I think really that's where the big fight's going to be. I think that the path to victory for Karmelo Anthony completely is defense. I think that's going to be very hard to establish when Austin Metcalf was not armed. I just think that that's going to be hard. Your much better defense, or your much more realistic defense, is to say, look, we didn't wake up that morning deciding that we were going to end somebody else's life. This was an accident. And yes, I used a knife, but I did not intend to kill anybody that day. And I think you can point to a lot of the surrounding evidence that you see with the first responders who were there with Karmelo Anthony, who first dealt with them. In fact, one of them today, Coach Vincent Hooper, testified, I believe, that he believed that Karmelo Anthony was crying and instantly confessed, and that he felt like Karmelo Anthony was being pretty genuine. That doesn't mean he didn't kill him. That may mean that premeditation that you need for first-degree murder is not there. So I think that the prosecution is going to have a much more difficult time convicting on first degree than they are with this self-defense charge.
All right, Jeremy, thank you so much for your time and your insight here on Live Now from.
Oh man. I don't know how it's gonna go. It depends, man. I think the witnesses and everything's gonna be a very big part of this case. I really do. People reporting with, let's see, let me get the next video. I played that one. Oh, let me I'm gonna play the tensions erupt outside the courthouse amid track meet murder trial. All right. Okay, man, somebody outside cutting freaking grass. Mm. All right, we go. No. I want the deeper layer. America doesn't know how to process interracial conflict. When a black person and a white person are involved in a violent incident, the country almost instantly defaults to racial framing. Even when the authorities say race wasn't a factor, Austin Metcalf father said he didn't think it was racist. And you got a lot of people going, yeah, it was. Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was. You see what I'm saying? Just like the potato warrior, he got to say the ape tried to hide the weapon. People have their own trauma. This, like with me, this is why I never get angry, because I realize people have trauma and things that's on their mind and in their heart and in their soul, and they just can't let it go. Most of this is what I'm saying. Most people are taking a selfish approach. They don't care about Metcalf. They don't care about Karmelo Anthony. They're using this as a way to drive what their agenda is. That's it. They're using these two families. And I'm so against it. It breaks my heart that I don't see what people really care about this family. It is, how can people who don't know these people be in the streets fighting more angry than the actual families are? You're over, you just think about how crazy that is. The family and the actual family and friends, they not out there looking crazy, but you got people protesting, hurling insults at each other, and they don't even know the people. You acting more crazy than the family. Insane. But people gonna try to convince me, right? As like Potato Word says, don't argue with chimps. They're delusional. People feel this way before things like this happen. And so that when things like this happen, they have an excuse to show it. And I'm telling you, like somebody like me, it hurts to always be in the middle. It's like watching two people arguing, going back and forth, having a debate, and you're the only one that notices they're saying the same thing. You're saying the same thing. Let's see. Four Brothers Chronicles saying the video being shown in the courtroom says so. I'm telling you. But you know what? It's sad that people don't know, like, no matter what you think, like what side you stand on when it comes to this trial, if you're truly confident in what you know to be true, then you don't have to worry. It will be reflected in the trial. So you don't have to be angry or fight with other people, or right, even like because this is why it's so dangerous. Even like with the potato warrior saying what they're saying, you have a lot of black people that are not on the side of Karmelo Anthony, right? But you rather just insult all black people and just say something racist when you don't know who is with who or what anybody thinks. And it just doesn't help anything. It doesn't help anything. This crime did not happen on any. I don't think this crime was racist at all. I don't think it happened because one was black and one was white. Man. Now, why is this happening? Because America has never healed from its racial history. So every new incident becomes a stage where old wounds get reenacted. This case is no different. And the perspective almost nobody is talking about is this part right here that gets lost. Is you have two families that are grieving, two communities are traumatized, two young lives collide in a moment that can never be undone. And instead of compassion, people are choosing sides based on skin color, not facts, not empathy, not truth. And that's what I'm disturbed about, because if you on Karmelo Anthony's side, it shouldn't be because he's black. And if you're on Austin Metcalf's side, it shouldn't be because he's white. So what you're saying, is it based on your moral code or is it based on race? You're the racist. Just sad.
All right, happening today, the murder trial of Karmelo Anthony will resume this morning after prosecutors were seen clash this courthouse as opening arguments kicked.
Oh, shoot. My bad. Y'all, I'm going to start it over because my computer glitched again. It be glitchy. It be glitchy.
All right, happening today, the murder trial of Karmelo Anthony will resume this morning after prosecutors were seen clashing outside a Texas courthouse as opening arguments kicked off. Watch this. The suspect is accused of stabbing and killing 17-year-old Austin Metcalf during a track meet last year.
Chanley Painter here with the details. Chan.
Hey, Todd and Carly. So prosecutors will continue their case against 19-year-old Karmelo Anthony later this morning in Texas after, as you said, tensions boiled over outside the courthouse yesterday with dueling crowds on both sides making their voices heard, some focusing on the all-black jury selected in the case.
Look at these crazy people out there. Shout out Four Brothers Chronicles says, I don't know how this situation even became racial. There are two kids who made bad decisions, and unfortunately, now they face the consequences. Shout out Erica says, now this is facts 100%. People are so emotionally involved in something that doesn't even affect their lives. Erica also says, all I want to do is listen to the evidence. If Karmelo has a true and legit case of defense, then he should have it. But from the start, it didn't sound like defense. A push should be met with a push. Right. And this is all I'm saying, why I made this video and why I said, well, hey, I'll get on here and talk about it and look. And also I will brush up on these videos. Some of these videos I haven't even seen and stuff like that. But I'm like, come on, guys. Like, these are two kids. These are two families that are hurt. We have to go to court in trial to see the evidence. Right. Because we can't go by what people are putting on social media. Many of the things they put out about social media were disproven, and people proved that they were lies. So we got to go to court to see what the actual truth is. But like I said earlier, like even as a parent, ain't no way in hell you would agree with your child stabbing somebody just because they got pushed. So we know it's wrong. We don't have to debate on that. But what should the punishment be? Most of us don't know, right? Because we're going to be biased, right? So you got the people out here that's biased because they feel some way about race. Cool. But you got other people that are going to be biased. Why? You might be a parent, right? And you might lean either way if you're a parent. As a parent, you might feel like, damn, if that was my kid that got stabbed, hell yeah, I want them to do life in prison. That's understandable, right? Then you got the other one that says, I am a parent. And if my kid made a mistake, I would want them to have a second chance. That's another side. So none of us should be making these decisions. It need to go to court. It need to go with people who is their job to make these tough decisions and really lay out the case the proper way, the legal way. So I don't even know why these people out there protesting. What are they protesting? Both sides are idiots as far as I'm concerned, because why are you protesting a decision that has yet to be made? If Karmelo Anthony was sent home and no charges were brought up, that's when you protest, because you want the state to step in and do something. The state has already stepped in. They're doing something. They're having a trial. So there's nothing to protest. If you're on Karmelo Anthony's side, they didn't find him guilty yet. They didn't give him life in prison. So what are you protesting? Exactly what? Y'all are just out there pushing your agendas. And people that are not smart enough are going to fall for it every fucking time. I don't know what they're out there arguing about, because no decision has been made. We're going over the evidence, trying to get the real true story. So what is there to protest? What are you yelling about? Absolutely nothing. You're out there for your own agendas is what you're doing, and you don't care about the families that's in that courtroom right now. Ah, yes, Mr. Back says when the weak are triggered by the fact their stupid beliefs are stupid, they pretend they can ignore what the protesters say they are protesting and just narrativize. There's no reason for anybody to be out there protesting. There's nothing to protest. Two teams got into a disagreement and one stabbed the other. We got to go to the law and see what is allowed and what isn't allowed. And then comes the punishment. Don't matter what people are protesting. Don't matter what they saying. They need to go home. Shout out to Erica says, thank you. I agree. This isn't about race at all. Thank you for that comment. Four Brothers Chronicle says, thank you. I don't feel like it was racially motivated. People are just losing their darn minds. Thank you for that comment. Appreciate that. Cash Dinero says, thank you, Four Brothers Chronicles, for that comment as well. Appreciate that. And Cash Dinero says the situation wasn't racial at all, but races are triggered. Yeah, a lot of people triggered on both sides, though, you know. Both sides, people are triggered. Because you have people that sit around and wait for things like this to happen so they can jump on it, you know, and that's the thing. So. Uh-oh, spaghetti-o. Oh, okay. Oh.
Anthony is accused of fatally stabbing 17-year-old football star Austin Metcalf.
You see that? These people, idiot. I wish, man. You know what I do? I go out there and hold them all hostage, and I make them hug each other and sing gospel songs together, man. Like, I stop all that yelling at each other, man. Hug each other, hold hands.
Over outside the courthouse yesterday with dueling crowds on both sides making their voices heard, some focusing on the all-white jury selected in the case.
White jury. There will be justice. You lost. You lost. You lost.
Anthony is accused of fatally stabbing 17-year-old football star Austin Metcalf at a high school track meet in April of last year. Police say the confrontation started when Metcalf told Anthony he wasn't supposed to be in a team tent. Investigators say things quickly escalated, ending when Anthony pulled out a knife and stabbed Metcalf in the chest. The jury heard the emotional 911 calls and
and also to oh yes, Mr. Bax, I did address with them saying where it was a all white when it was like it's a white jury, no black people and the black women, and they got struck down. And I said, well, I don't think necessarily they were stricken down for racial reasons. And we went over how a lot of times us as a people, a lot of times we try to find a way out of getting out of jury duty, or people don't know how to go in there and speak, or they say, oh, well, I can't convict him or sentence him to life. And people can use that as a reason to get you off of the jury, versus as you, I'm pretty sure you have those white people that go in there and they make sure that they answers the questions right so that they can stay on that jury.
and saw enhanced video from the track meet. He has pleaded not guilty to murder. His defense told the jury that Metcalf struck first and Anthony reacted in a split second of fear and chaos. Prosecutors told the jury in opening that the case has nothing to do with race.
Oh, I didn't finish my thought. My bad. So we went over that, but I also said, though, I do think that they should have did something, at least get one black person on the jury and stuff like that. But I do understand and know that they are protesting for that, but that ain't really what they protesting when you out there saying, because you probably missed the other video I played, but that they could say that that's what they're out there protesting. I don't think that's true, because did they organize like how could they all be out there protesting the same thing? Do they talk to each other? Do they got each other phone numbers? Did they all agree to meet up and say, we're going to protest the all white jury? And like, think about it. That white guy, let me rewind it, because I played the video of him before. Matter of fact, I got it right here, because we talked about this earlier. So I get it. They're going to say, oh, they're protesting because it was an all white jury. Everybody was not out there protesting that shit. In your comments, you're trying to make it seem like I'm ignoring what they were protesting about, and it's not true.
We love our black youth. They deserve protection too.
Hold on, watch this.
Karmelo Anthony should be swinging from a tree outside this courthouse. Karmelo Anthony should be hanging from a tree. He wants to reestablish race relations in this country so that we can get along.
Tensions were high today for the Karmelo Anthony case, who is on trial for the alleged unaliving of Austin Metcalf.
We love our black youth. They deserve protection too. So, excuse me if I use colorful language like Karmelo Anthony needs to be swinging from a tree. Our people are being hunted by your people.
It's the other way around, because for years.
And notice, out of them two, that guy, he's holding his composure. He's saying these crazy things.
Slave black people, incarcerated black people.
I think it's victim culture. I think it's victim culture, and there's too much. You crack ass motherfucker, you barely made it.
Now you hear that?
Alleged unaliving of Austin Metcalf.
We love our black youth. They deserve protection too. So, excuse me if I use colorful language like Karmelo Anthony needs to be swinging from a tree. Our people are being hunted by your people.
It's the other way around, because for years.
Now, mind you, right after that, he says, oh, I think it's victim culture. Dude, who's hunting who? What group of black people hunting white people? What group of white people hunting black people? Y'all both out there acting like victims. So I wasn't ignoring what they say they're out there protesting. They can say whatever they want to say. I'm listening to what they're saying, and they're just hurling racial shit at each other. That's all they're doing. So I wasn't ignoring what you were saying. You know what I'm saying? Saying that like I'm not ignoring what they say they were out there protesting. I'm looking at what they were actually saying and doing to each other. Yep. Yeah. Slug says if it wasn't for the one black dude shouting with the white goatee, this wouldn't be happening, and we all grown to remember to keep your hands to yourself. Punky O says fair trial is whatever gets the death penalty. Yeah, I think a lot of people are emotionally invested in this. Like I don't know. Don't get it. People are ignoring the fact we're talking about immature boys that just got into a fight, and we're trying to figure out what we should do.
Or self-defense. They say Metcalf was unarmed, that Anthony provoked a fight with someone he didn't know, and then pulled out a knife and carried out what they described as a, quote, sneak attack. Metcalf's father previously spoke to Fox. Watch this.
This was not a race thing. This is not a political thing. This is a human being thing. This person made a bad choice.
Hold up, wait a minute. So for all you people that think you fighting for Metcalf father, you so emotional. You want that boy get the death penalty and all this other stuff, and you speaking all this anger and this racism, and I don't care if you racist black or you a racist white. How are you speaking for people saying what you want? You don't know these people. That's out the mouth of the father. He lost his boy, and he still is saying this ain't racially motivated. It ain't political. Y'all are disrespecting this man openly. Every time you try to make it something that he said it's not when discussing the death of his kid. Ain't no way in hell any of you love this boy more than this man loved that boy. Ain't no way in hell any of you hurting as much as he hurting. You're a fucking idiot and an asshole if you say you do. Ain't no way in hell you care more than he care. But you got people with their own agenda that want to act like they give a damn about this boy more than his father care about this boy. And the father is saying what I'm saying. So I don't have a reason to listen to any of the racist people on either side. I'm going to listen to the daddy. If the daddy, whatever the daddy say, what the daddy say. I'm going to listen to the daddy. Daddy said it ain't racial. He said it ain't political.
An affected race thing.
Metcalf's father previously spoke about what they described as a, quote, sneak attack. Metcalf's father previously spoke. Watch this.
This was not a race thing. This is not a political thing. This is a human being thing. This person made a bad choice and affected both his family and my family forever.
And Anthony faces between 5 and 99 years in prison if convicted. This trial is expected to last at least 2.
Timo says you're just mad that your culture is so toxic you refuse to hold your own accountable. What is with people saying how would I hold somebody accountable? Karmelo Anthony is in trial right now in court. The government holds you accountable. I have no power over anybody. And that's not, my culture is not toxic. I grew up all black neighborhood, and I've never seen anybody sell drugs. I've never seen anybody shot, killed, nothing. I grew up with no trauma. So I don't get what people are saying. I don't know what they mean by your culture is toxic. If anything, American culture is toxic. Correct? Because see, and this is the thing I'm saying, like, we can always go back and forth. Just like somebody, I ain't gonna do it. We go back and forth about what each race of people is doing, but I think it's stupid and it's dumb. And I don't think anybody, just because of their color skin, speaks for their race or ethnicity or culture that people say that they come from. So, but Timo, I don't know if that's directed at me. I'm saying if that's directed at me. I'm angry that people are not caring about the family. So I don't think people are really truly caring about Austin Metcalf family. I don't think they care about them. I think they're using them.
2 weeks, guys.
All right, Jaylee Painter, thank you. Let's bring in nationally recognized plaintiff's attorney from the Hyman law firm, Kelly Hyman. Kelly, based upon what you learned in court yesterday, I know you've been following this, we all got a sense of how prosecutors are going to attack defendants' self-defense argument. Was it effective in your opinion?
Ultimately, that's going to be up to the jury of whether they think it's effective, but it was very powerful statements. So each side got opening statements, and those are not evidence, but they're a way to persuade the jury about their position. Judge gave them 20 minutes each. And from the prosecution standpoint, they have the burden. They have to prove every single element of the charges of the crime. And what they told was a very compelling story for their position, that this was a senseless act. Now, from the defense standpoint, they are going to come with self-defense, and they are going to make a very strong argument in this case.
What I find fascinating about this case is that prosecution obviously has to prove their case in chief, and they need to do it beyond a reasonable doubt, all the typical elements of a crime that you need to prove if you're the prosecution. But they also have another role, I would argue, equally as important, and it's keeping race out of this case, because that gets really complicated and it gets real sticky. The judge also has that obligation. How difficult will it be for both prosecutors and the judge to keep race out of this?
Well, when we look at the jury makeup, it's important to note that the jury, it's been reported that there are no African Americans on the jury. And so this was a bone of contention from the defense standpoint, because there were 3 African American women on the jury that was striked by the prosecution. Now, under our Constitution, we are allowed a jury of our peers, but that doesn't necessarily mean that someone who is African American is going to get an all African American jury. But what that means is by your peers, that it's supposed to represent the community, that in fact the juries are what the community represents. Now, defense challenged that the 3 African Americans were taken off the jury, but the prosecution standpoint said it wasn't race-based. Now, if in fact the defendant is convicted, I could definitely see this race issue going up on appeal and potentially reverse any type of verdict.
Ain't that what I said earlier? I said that earlier. And that's why I said you keep making it racial because you want to see this black boy found guilty. You're going to fuck around and make it too racial and stuff. Like, I think it's messed up. They need to have some African-American people on that jury. I don't know why this is being allowed, but my point is that ain't why them people out there protesting. They out there protesting for races. They just hate each other. That's why they out there protesting. That ain't gonna fool me, because them out there protesting ain't gonna change anything. You gotta let the lawyers and the people in that side of that courtroom do their damn job. But that fighting and hurling names and all that stuff they had going back and forth ain't helping nobody. Ain't doing nothing but hurting.
Led me to my final question. Could you see this case, we report filed, going to last about 2 weeks, but based upon how many issues are ripe for appeal, including starting issue 1, the jury, could you see this case dragging on and on and on for years in the appellate system?
That could potentially happen, but it's important to remember about this case. There are 12 jurors, and the way it is in Texas, that all 12 jurors have to agree, in fact, that he is guilty of the charge. So if one doesn't agree, then that could potentially be a mistrial. But in fact, if he's convicted, as Todd, you pointed out, this case could definitely go on appeal, and then it could go back again and potentially last for many years.
Kelly Hyman, thank you for your insight on this. Really appreciate it this morning. Thank you.
Let me see. Some of y'all in the comment section think he will get a slap on the wrist. I don't think he'll get no slap on the wrist, man. They'll riot if they do that, man. I see you. What's that? If he land, but man, you know damn well they ain't gonna do that. Stop it. I get your joke, but I don't think that they're gonna give him no slap on the wrist at all. Like the pressure, oh my god, the pressure any judge would be under doing a case like this. So let's see. Griswold says black people are not responsible for any of the crimes they commit. They are forever innocent victims who can run around, do whatever they want. You know that's not true. I don't know why people try to combine the whole black people being victims. They're usually talking about other things like being able to get a job, affordable health care, things like that. That is not, I don't think you can connect that to like if somebody commits a crime. Like, no. So I don't know. I think, and I get the whole victimization thing. I've said it myself as a black person. Like, come on, y'all. We like you trying to be a victim. Like, I get that, but I don't know. Let's see. All right. So I played the Chaos Erupts. Boom, boom, boom. Murder trial, Texas team. I'll play this one next. I think the brother speaks in this next video. Come on, man. The fucking computer be. Ah! Ah!
Tonight, day one in a trial that has deeply divided a Dallas suburb and made national headlines. Karmelo Anthony, now 19, charged with first-degree murder and the stabbing death of 17-year-old fellow athlete Austin Metcalf after a confrontation at a track meet last year.
Can you be in the stabbing? Kirkendall Stadium press box is going to be a student athlete.
Prosecutors called it a sneak surprise attack, showing the jury grainy surveillance of the bleachers where it all happened that rainy morning after Anthony sat under a tent belonging to Metcalf's team. Austin's twin brother Hunter was there.
He started getting aggressive and talking reckless. And my brother stepped in and said, "You need to move." And he's like, "Make me move."
And prosecutors say when Metcalf tried moving Anthony, he pulled out a knife. Metcalf's last words, "I've been stabbed," before he died in his brother's arms. But Anthony's defense arguing he acted in self-defense, reacting in a split second of fear, chaos, saying after he defended himself with the knife, he ran. He didn't stab again. He dropped the knife. The case fueling debate and racial tension. Metcalf's father has insisted it's not about race. Both families have faced threats.
To the family who experienced the loss, my heart truly goes out to you. We believe in legal process, and that is where the truth will come out.
Tonight, one civil rights organization voicing outrage that there are no Black jurors deciding Anthony's fate. Karmelo Anthony was 17 at the time. He is being tried as an adult, and if convicted, he could face 5 years up to life in prison. Morgan Norwood, ABC News, New York.
Yow, 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 yow. Yow, 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 yow. Bow, 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 bow. Yeah. Any more predictions, guys? What you think is gonna happen? Any more predictions? Some people think slap on the wrist. Some people think life. Some people screaming out death penalty. He committed this crime because of his age at the time, which was 17. They can't even give him life without parole. So, so put in, it says we having the same sort of thing in the UK. Personally, we all need to stop and think of the next generation. Agree. Rain me says the father has shown grace and kept his family from speaking about the case. He forgave and let the justice process move forward. Yeah, I don't get people that's acting more crazy than the family. Like that's weird to me. It's like this, it's like it then looks to me like it's like fake outrage. Like you're just doing this for a show and you have your own agenda behind it. I don't get it. And I know people probably would look at me and go like, they want me to join in on it. Like, I was just like, I can't do it. I just can't. I just don't think this is racist. I don't think them and what happened between them was a racial event. I think it was two boys. I think it was testosterone, and they got into it. Boys get into it all the time. It ain't no racist shit at all. And you know what's so crazy is I remember a little bit growing up. I think even what's weird about me too is when people try to make it racist. I'm noticing like a culture shift, like in America. I almost can't tell the difference between like a white kid and a black kid. Like the things they say, they kind of all talk the same. Is all this bro shit and twin. They all sound silly. They like sound the same to me. I can't believe these things. Something like this happens and people just, because they were racial and Austin Metcalf, he was a racist and he only, it's just, it's just weird to me. The adults are just losing fucking mind. I think I might be. I did the recap. Let me see. Do I gotta I might have to start my computer.
Karmelo Anthony after a jury with no black members. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox, and we want to switch gears here and pivot to a case that has really grabbed the nation's attention here. I want to bring this post from Fox 4 News up on your screen here. This says opening statements began Thursday in the murder trial of Frisco ISD students Karmelo Anthony. Selection process. So we want to bring you here what we know of the latest with this trial, as it will be going on to day 2 today, as opening statements began yesterday morning in the murder trial of the Frisco ISD student, fatally stabbing another student at a traffic. Anthony now facing charge. Anthony now an
Oh, my bad. I'm just now seeing it. Appreciate you, Raimi, with the super chat. Says thank you for trying to bring some common sense to an out of control situation. I appreciate you doing that. Thank you so very much for that.
Thank you for your donation.
I appreciate it. I gotta get more stuff like a fireworks and something. I want like you know what I mean? I want more than that. I wish I had more than that. I appreciate you, though. Thank you. I'm gonna do the Soldier Boy for you.
Wrong with you?
Shout out to you for that. Thank you, and I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah.
Stadium stands on April 2nd, 2025, which escalated when Anthony allegedly stabbed Metcalf in the chest with a pocket knife. The trial is expected to last approximately 2 weeks. If convicted, Anthony faces a maximum sentence of 5 to 99 years or life in a prison. Now, to talk more about this and break down the latest, Mark Astor, a criminal defense lawyer, onto the program here. Mark, thank you so much for joining us this morning. So we heard opening statements yesterday. Anthony faces a murder charge, and the defense is claiming self-defense. What evidence throughout this trial is going to be crucial, as we've already started to see some testimony yesterday from coaches? What evidence here is going to be crucial for the jury members?
Yeah, well, obviously, first and foremost, I think this is the only defense that, the defense has of self-defense. If you read the police report, it's right there in black and white. They're claiming self-defense. So obviously, the prosecutor is going to start bringing in eyewitnesses, people who saw this, people who saw the defendant flee from the scene. So we'll have some of the other students. We might have some of the teachers. We're certainly going to get the law enforcement officers who were on scene. The police report indicates that at least one of them had contact with the defendant. Another one also found the alleged murder weapon. So those are the kinds of things that are going to be brought out. Obviously, if there's some surveillance video, that's going to be coming in too. So that's the state's case, examiner's office, to talk about the actual cause of death.
And for a self-defense case, what needs to happen to be able to prove that for self-defense, especially when it escalates to a point where somebody died?
Well, I think from the defense perspective, they're going to have to establish that the force that was used was reasonable under the circumstances. And they're going to have to say, look, our client faced potentially a deadly force, or even something where he could be subjected to, serious bodily injury. So he had no choice. He was outnumbered. The victim was larger than him. There were lots of people in the room, and he felt as if he had no choice but to use deadly force in order to protect himself. The problem with that is that the defendant he went into the area where the victim was to be found. He allegedly had a knife with him. He dared that he provoked it. He went in there looking for a fight. He dared the victim to do this, and he did. And he was ready and prepared for this. He took a knife to a fist fight. That's not a fair fight. And you can't provoke a situation and then say, not my fault. I was acting in self-defense. And that's the dichotomy the jury's going to have to unpack in this case.
And then I also wanted to touch on the location of this as well, and where this happened, as there is from some testimony yesterday about this.
My bad, y'all. On my end, I feel like it was a glitch, so I rewinded it just a little bit.
And then I also wanted to touch on the location of this as well, and where this happened, as there is we've heard from some testimony yesterday about what this revolves around in this tent there at this track meet. So we heard from a Memorial High School coach, Robert Starr, who took the stand, and he explained to jurors that a tent at a track competition typically, quote, marks your spot. He said it's similar to team bench reports. So what this case involves escalating from a seat dispute that we're getting from a Fox 4 report, how could we see testimony from coaches and other athletes really affect this case? And when it comes to something like where this happened, especially when they're saying with this tent, that kind of almost in some way marks a territory.
Yeah, I mean, we have to going into the victim space. That tent area it's almost like it's a little bit of a house, right? You know, this is our home. You don't come into our home. And if you do, we have a right to protect that space. And according to the police report, the victim in the case said, hey, you shouldn't be here. You need to leave, right? This is our space. Go to yours. And that's when, this incident started to escalate because the defendant didn't want to leave.
And now jurors were also shown grainy surveillance video of what happened.
Man. Shout out to my brother, Prince of Petty. I asked earlier how much time did y'all think that he would get. Prince is saying that he's saying Melo's going to do some kind of time, maybe a plea deal, but definitely time 5 to 10. You think he only get 5 to 10? Man, Prince, you trying to cause a riot, man. Look. That's why they run you off TikTok, man. That's why, brother. That's why, brother. I'm telling you. Oh, man. Oh, also I saw Blayneck said they had multiple black jurors who stated that they were biased and did not believe they could put a brother behind bars. Yeah. I spoke about that earlier. Man, you had a lot of people saying, like, because they asked them, like, straight up, like, can you, because if you say that this person is guilty, you can serve up to life. Can you do that? And you have people that are saying, like, oh, nah, I can't do that. And I was talking about that earlier. It's like, and I've heard lawyers speak about this. It is hard to get a lot of times, you have black jurors, and I've heard other lawyers speak on this. They try to get out of jury duty. They just do. And I remember recently, my wife, she went to go do jury duty, and she was like, because I remember when this came up, me and my wife was talking about this, right? And she said, what's so sad is she said, I remember when I was doing jury duty, she said all those other, the other black people, she said they were trying to go home. They didn't want to be, on the case, they didn't want to do it. She's like, a lot of times. And then in this chat, in this live that I'm doing, a couple people coming and say, well, man, it's your duty to do jury duty. That's like, as an American, that's what you're supposed to do. And I was saying, like, that's one thing I will admit to. I can't lie about. Many of us don't want to do it. And that could be a reason, as it's kind of hard to get them on this case. They're so emotionally charged because they made it a race thing. I could have did it because I can walk in there and I'm not looking at the media. I don't care what other people say. I'm not going to feel hatred or bias just because everybody else wants to make this something that it isn't. I could sit on the jury and judge this case fairly.
It's from a camera across the field. It says software allows the shots to be zoomed in, but it becomes grainy. So the video shows a person who the state said is Anthony entering the tent from behind, and also saying a few minutes later, there are quick movements. Prosecutors said that was Metcalf pushing Anthony, trying to get him out of the tent. A few seconds later, Anthony exits the tent. This is according to Fox 4 Dallas reporting. So when we talk about the surveillance video, how crucial is that going to be? And especially when they're talking about grainy surveillance video, how can the jurors take that in, especially if the video is grainy and it could maybe be hard to identify certain people there?
Yeah, so look, obviously a picture tells 1,000 words, but at the end of the day, the defense isn't arguing you got the wrong person. So does the video really matter that much? Are they going to say, well, this isn't our guy. You can't tell us that this is our client. Look at the grainy quality of the video. I don't think they'll make that argument because it doesn't make sense. Either he acted in self-defense, which means they're not denying that he stabbed the victim, or they're going to say, you got the wrong guy. You arrested the wrong person. That's not their defense. So I don't think the quality of the video is really going to make that big of a difference, to be quite honest with you. It helps, it helps the prosecution, but is it really the case that we're arguing about? I mean, no one's denying that this happened.
Exactly. Carla says, if this was two young men the same color, would we be hearing from the media? Hell no, we wouldn't. Always an agenda. Don't be fooled. Thank you for that. That's all I'm saying.
It's just, are we going to legally excuse it with the self-defense defense?
And legal experts have been commenting and with Fox 4, our affiliate over in Dallas, saying the prosecution had a strong start yesterday. When looking at criminal cases like this, is that typical for a prosecution to really come out swinging at first and then the defense really plays their part later on in the trial? How does the structure really work when it comes to criminal cases here like this?
Yeah, so part of the jury selection process is going to be, especially from the defense perspective, is to make sure that we exclude any jurors who don't believe in the presumption of innocence. But the fact, when I did defense work, when you've got a client who's sitting there, the jurors are saying to themselves, hold on a second, he must have done something, otherwise he wouldn't have been arrested. We wouldn't be here. So, as a defense lawyer, you're already behind the 8 ball, even with the constitutional presumption of innocence. And so as a defense lawyer, you kind of have to overcome that. So that's a problem for the defense. And honestly, I think the prosecution has a great case here. They really do.
And then I wanted to talk about that jury selection, as well as there's been some controversy about that, as well as there being no black jury members on this trial. So can you explain to me the controversy behind that and how important jury selection is?
And real quick, I know I was wondering about that too, right? Let me see. Blayneck says self-defense using a prohibited weapon on school grounds sounds sketch. I was wondering, how would that affect a self-defense case too, right? Like, because you have a knife. Is it the proper length? I tell you this, I ain't gonna lie, I got in trouble for having a knife at school. And I almost got into like real big trouble for having a knife in school. Me and my mom used to like travel a lot. Me and my mom, my dad, my family, we would travel a lot. And at that time, this is like years ago. And I remember they had like the Columbine situation, but I remember for then it was nothing to be you be a young kid, you go in the gas station and they sell them little folding knives. It's, about that long. And you would carve your name in trees and stuff. It was never about being violent. You just like carve your name in trees and stuff, or you pick your nail with them and stuff like that. And I got in trouble because you ain't supposed to have it on school, right? I got in trouble for the school part of it, right? And there were like criminal charges with it too. And a lot of kids were getting in trouble at the time. They had a girl, her family's from Africa, and she was participating. They were saying, bring something to school from your culture. She brought this like a staff, like a long stick, a staff, like with the symbols. She had symbols on it and stuff. She just innocently brought it. She got arrested, in trouble for that. It was a lot of kids getting in trouble for things like that because all of a sudden there was a shift in looking at children as being innocent. They were no longer innocent no more. You had to be careful what you brought to school. And I got caught up in that. But my lawyer measured the knife and said it wasn't over like the 2-inch something mark. And so they was like, okay, well, he still got to go to like alternative school for the rest of the year, but he can come back to school after that. But he's still in trouble because you still can't have a knife at school. But before, nobody was worried about things like that, But I say that just to say this. I wonder how that would work in a self-defense case where you're not even supposed to have a weapon. I know, like, damn, what's that man's name? They got a dude. I know it involves Jay Prince Jr.'s son, and they were trying to jump this guy. Somebody had a weapon and was trying to shoot him. He was able to get their weapon from them and shoot them and defend himself. And people was like, well, it was self-defense. How did he get in trouble? Well, he has a felony. So when you have a felony, you're not even allowed to have a gun to protect yourself. They had to go and change the laws and to make it to where if you are a felon and your life is in danger, you better be able to prove your life is really in danger. You can take possession of a gun to defend yourself, right? But you cannot hold it. You have to hold it exactly when your life is in danger. Not a minute before and not a minute after. So somebody starts attacking you, you outnumbered, you got a gun, you can take possession of that gun and defend yourself. But once that threat is no longer there, you must immediately drop that weapon and walk the hell away. And that's how the lawyers was explaining his case. He held on to the gun after shooting people and they laying on the ground, and he's still holding the gun while standing over the guy. And he said himself, he tried to shoot the guy again while laying on the ground, but the gun jammed or something. Right? So I'm just saying that I wonder if you have a weapon in a situation where you're not even supposed to have a weapon, even if you claim, hey, I was defending myself, how would that work against you in court where they say you weren't even supposed to have a knife? You know? I don't know, man. I don't know if somebody in the chat knows or you know what I'm talking about, but I know sometimes, things like that can affect you.
To a case, can it really define its outcome here?
For your, who are hopefully going to see the case your way as a prosecutor, you're golden. But don't forget, you need 12 people on that jury who are going to find that you met your burden of proof. As the defense, I only need one person to say, hold on a second, this was a self-defense case, and my client potentially gets an acquittal. So there's the dichotomy in the jury selection. Now, the jury is supposed to reflect the community. It's supposed to be a jury of the defendant's peers. And I think from the defense perspective, they potentially have a get out of jail free card here. And as a prosecutor, as a former prosecutor, I cannot believe the prosecution actually made this mistake to exclude all of the African-American jurors, knowing you had an African-American defendant, knowing that you had a bunch of people outside the courthouse who feel that they're not, that their community, the African-American community, is not going to get a fair trial, I think is a big mistake. You got to remember, as a prosecutor, you're not there just to convict. Your job is to make sure that the defendant gets a fair trial. And I honestly,
I said that. That's why I told people, you're out there protesting, you're doing all this hatred, or you putting more racism on it. You need to stop. This case is becoming so racially charged. It is very high profile. And then you got the prosecutor, don't have no black people in the jury. And we know jury selection already had issues. Do you know they had to interview like 600 damn people? I'm telling you, you keep on. For those that want to see this boy go to prison, you keep on. He gonna get found guilty, and they gonna appeal. This what is this, like the second, third lawyer? No, hold on. 1, 2. This is a second lawyer from like just us being on YouTube, being live today that has brought that up. This boy might get found guilty and might, but now that brings me back to the point Prince made. Be that as it may, this may be also presenting an opportunity where the prosecutor might notice this think ahead and go, let me offer a plea deal. So I think the racial tension has ruined this case on so many levels. I really want to see what's going to happen and where this is all going to go.
I think if there's a conviction here, I think the appellate court is going to take a very hard look at this and potentially reverse this. This is a serious mistake by the prosecution, and jury selection is one of the ways that an appellate court will reverse a conviction. So we'll have to see how this plays out. But if I was a prosecutor, I would never have done this. It's a mistake, and I think this is going to come back and haunt them.
And that you actually took the next question right from me. If we could.
And you see, this guy, he was a prosecutor. So I take his wisdom and knowledge a little bit more than other people, even more than myself. So I'm just on here running my mouth. Fuck me, right? Listen to the former prosecutor. Well, not of this, but you used to be a prosecutor.
As a prosecutor, I would never have done this. It's a mistake, and I think this is going to come back and haunt them.
And that you actually took the next question right from me. If we could see an appeal from this because maybe he doesn't feel that he is represented by his peers.
Yeah, I mean, how can he? I mean, he's an African-American young man in an African-American community, and he has no African-American jurors to decide his fate. How can that possibly be fair? Now, to the prosecution's point, I'm sure when the judge said, "Why are you striking this person?" I think what they said was, "We don't want any teachers on the panel," right? And when you do that once, okay, sounds okay. When you do it twice, maybe. But you start doing it 3 times and 4 times, you're like, hold a second, there's a pattern here. And it's the pattern of striking those African-American jurors that I think is going to come back and bite the prosecution, in the proverbial backside. I really do. And I think the appellate court's going to find a problem with this.
And there was these jury selection and how this was done throughout this case, as well as says, this is according to TMZ, saying one potential juror reportedly said, "I don't think I can make a decision about somebody so young. One mistake, one argument, one conflict. You can't say he's a bad person," end quote. Another prospective juror raised eyebrows after admitting, quote, "I don't know if I feel right putting a brother in jail," end quote, when asked about defending guilty of murder. This is coming from TMZ. So what are the challenges here when it does come to the prosecution, when it does come to, what are those questions that they're asking potential jurors and making sure that it is a jury selected, that the defendant does feel represented by their peers?
Well, I think from the prosecution's perspective, they're going to ask those questions. How do you feel about the fact that, this young man is African-American? In fact, he's so young and potentially has his whole life in front of him. If we prove our case, are you going to be able to vote to convict him? And so that's part of the prosecution's, responsibility. But you got to remember, when it comes
they
to
said it
jury
wasn't
selection,
a cleat sharpener. It was it was a folding knife.
it's not really jury selection, it's jury elimination. We're not picking jurors, we're just getting rid of the ones that we think aren't going to vote for us. And so that's what's happening. They're just striking these jurors one after the other. And whoever's left, that's your jury. So they're just really trying to make sure to nitpick with these potential jurors that, from a state perspective, are they going to vote for us? Are they going to help us to win the case? And obviously from the defense perspective, they're going to say, hold on a second, how can you possibly say that you can be fair if nobody on the panel reflects the skin color of our client or even the community for that fact? So, there's a real problem here.
And I do want to bring in this post here coming from the New York Post. This says, jury selection in Karmelo Anthony murder case delivers major blow to defense as trial begins. So we're reading here that the New York Post says it's a major blow to the defense. But just like what we were saying in our conversation, this could actually work against the prosecution.
Yeah, I think it's a get out of jail free card. And look, it wasn't that long ago that we were electing and re-electing an African-American president. So it's not beyond the realm of possibility that this jury could vote to acquit this defendant. But if they don't, I think the appellate court's going to say there's a problem here. And there's two areas that are very susceptible to reversal. One is jury selection, and the other one is the jury instructions. Obviously, we haven't gotten to the jury instructions just yet. We will do at the end of the case. But right out of the gate, I think the prosecution has made a fundamental error by not protecting the record and making sure that this young man got a fair jury and a jury of his peers. This is a mistake by the prosecution. I'm frankly shocked that an experienced prosecutor would do this, but here we are. So we'll have to see how this plays out.
I'm not shocked. I think he's trying to make a statement. Because if he can get away with it, other people can get away with it. That's how it goes. If I can get away with it, you don't have a jury of your peers. Hey, other people can get away with it. That's how it goes. But I think that they'll be able to appeal. It does sound like a get out of jail free card.
And then I wanted to bring in this next one here from the New York Post saying
and stuff. But I am totally against that. I think he does need they need to have a couple more African Americans on there. They have people of color on there. They're just not African American. So they have people of color on there, but they're just not African American.
Coach of Karmelo Anthony's teen victim sobs as he recalls chaos after fatal track meet stabbing. Also, yesterday we heard the 911 call.
Or I guess what some people could call people of color, they're not like black people, but they're not like exactly like white people though. I guess I don't know how that goes.
All as well. What are you going to be out on the lookout here for when we can expect to hear later on today, as trial is set to begin here in just a few hours from now?
Yeah, I'm sure the prosecutor is going to start bringing in their witnesses. Typically, when I was prosecuting cases, I would bring in my law enforcement officers first, let them set the scene. We want to establish, what they saw when they first came on scene. We want the officer who came into contact with the defendant to talk about what he saw and what he heard, because according to the police report, there was some admissions made by this defendant. So he admitted the fact that, this is a self-defense case, and that might actually help the defense because they may not need to put their client on to testify because their defense is in the police report. So they'll bring in their officers, they'll testify about what they saw, what the defendant allegedly said. Obviously, we want to establish a chain of custody with the knife. And they're going to want to bring that in and show the jury because, I know when I prosecuted a case where there was a knife attack, the one piece of evidence that was really important to my case was the knife. And when the jury saw that knife, they said, okay, we get it. All right, this is a murder case. And it really brings that in. So they'll bring in the knife. There'll probably be a ton of crime scene photographs, because jurors can use their imagination. But again, a photograph is worth 1,000 words. And you start laying out all those photographs, the blood scene, the chaos that was going on. And they're going to bring all of that in. And then they'll bring in their civilian witnesses to talk about what they saw, what they witnessed, really to corroborate what law enforcement has already established. So that's what I expect to happen over the next couple of days.
And we'll make sure to stay on top of it. Mark Astor, thank you so much for coming.
That's a very interesting take. Very interesting take. That and I agree. I had been saying that earlier. I said I've seen other cases like that, and you got jury selection, and he's right. I've seen a lot, especially when it comes to the when they give the jury commands, the rules and stuff, and they don't follow it a certain way, and man, you get a what the fuck? That's almost crying. You get a conviction overturned, man. Every time. I don't know what that. The prosecutor probably got their own agenda, what they're trying to do. Like I said, I think they're trying to make a statement. If I can do it, then everybody else can do it. And I think that's what I think that's what is all about. Let's see. All right. Bring up the next video.
Prosecutors continue laying out their case against Karmelo Anthony. He is the teen accused of killing another teen at a Frisco ISD track meet last year. Anthony's attorney claims it was self-defense. Trevor Sahaki is live outside the courthouse for us this morning. And Trevor, who has the jury heard from this morning?
Well, Karen, so far we've heard from first responders as well as law enforcement officers who responded to the stadium for the stabbing. This has included a Frisco firefighter as well as several Frisco police officers. We also got to see body camera footage of Anthony's arrest. Now, that firefighter, he described in some graphic detail the state of Austin Metcalf's body after the stabbing. Metcalf's father put his head in his lap, and his mother wiped away tears at that point in the trial. Now, this case revolves around a confrontation between Anthony and Metcalf at a Frisco ISD track meet last April. Authorities say Anthony stabbed Metcalf, but Anthony says it was self-defense. After the firefighter testified, the officer who arrested Anthony took the stand. He described handcuffing Anthony as the body cam footage played. According to Officer Eduardo Cortez, Anthony told him, quote, "I'm not alleged, I did it," and quote, "He put his hands on me. I told him not to." On cross-examination, the defense did confirm Anthony surrendered peacefully and complied with the officers. The defense also pointed out the no weapons rule is not a criminal offense, just a policy of Frisco ISD. Defense attorney Mike Howard asked Officer Eduardo Cortez about Anthony crying after the stabbing. Cortez said in response, quote, "Did I see tears coming down his face? I can't testify to that because I didn't see his face. My description was based on the tone of his voice." We're now hearing from another police officer right now. This is the officer that found the knife that prosecutors believe was used in the stabbing. This case is expected to go through the end of today and into tomorrow. Live in McKinney, Trevor Sahaki, CBS News, Texas.
All right, Trevor, thank you very much.
All righty, then. Let me get through the rest of oh my God.
Welcome back. Frisco High School students who witnessed the fatal stabbing of Austin Metcalf backed up the state's case during testimony in the Karmelo Anthony murder trial today. Those students describe a tense scene inside the tent at a track meet, and they claim that Anthony's actions were not in self-defense. Our JD Miles joins us live now from the Collin County Courthouse with the very latest on day 2 of testimony, JD.
Where is my... Oh, okay.
Ken, this was the most painful day of the trial by far for the family of Austin Metcalf. That's what his father, Jeff Metcalf, told me. The parents watched police body cam videos that captured the lifeless body of their son receiving CPR, while in the background you could hear the haunting wails of his twin brother, Hunter, who was also at the scene. Now, prosecutors also presented for the first time, we got to see the 5-inch folding knife that they submitted as the murder weapon. And we've heard from current and former Memorial High School students who are presenting their accounts of what happened.
And see what I was saying, like the knife I had was within that 2-inch, 5-inch folding knife. I doubt you could have that on school grounds. I'm pretty sure they're gonna get to the they'll be in the trial, talking about that. I'll be interested to read up on that and see. I didn't look that up because I didn't make that video for that in particular, but I doubt you would ever. 5-inch folding knife. I don't think you would be allowed as a student to have that on grounds. I have that on you like that. I just don't. So I don't know how that would affect him also in the case.
To be several track and field teammates of Austin Metcalf testified as witnesses during the Karmelo Anthony murder trial. Those who were under the tent at Kirkendall Stadium on April 2nd, 2025, described the scene before, during, and after the fatal stabbing. A 17-year-old testified, "I remember people confronting Karmelo and saying, 'You shouldn't be here. You probably should leave our tent.' I also said you should leave." Prosecutor, "Was it aggressive?" "I don't think so. I remember it getting more aggressive. I remember Karmelo refusing to leave and Austin saying, 'You need to leave,' and Karmelo saying, 'Touch me and find out.'" That student and others say the defendant was asked to leave as many as 15 times. Prosecutors asked him, "Did anyone try to gang up on him?" His answer, "No, sir." "How long did this go on?" "Roughly 2 minutes." "Was Karmelo angry?" "Yes, sir." "Was Austin angry?" "Yes, sir." Karmelo started refusing to leave. Prosecutors, "Who was provoking?" "Karmelo." Austin leans in to push him and Karmelo stabs him. Karmelo had his hands inside a backpack and we thought it was a bluff. He says he and others didn't believe Karmelo would do anything because they live in a, quote, safe community. Austin fell down the bleachers onto his back and he got up. He lifted up his shirt where his chest was all bloody and he said, "I think I got stabbed." Prosecutor, "Did he say anything?" "I think he said, 'Oh my God.'" Another student, Jalen Matthews, backed up the state's case when prosecutors asked him, "Did it look like Austin was trying to pick a fight?" His answer, "No, sir." "Did it look like Karmelo Anthony was trying to pick a fight?" "Yes, sir." "Did this look like self-defense to you?" "No, sir." "Was Karmelo Anthony the aggressor?" Witness, "Yes, sir."
Let's see. So Rainme says racial makeup of county white people 49.6%, Asian 18.7%, Hispanic 16.1%, Black 10.8%. Therefore, at least one African American would be expected on jury. Yeah, that's the thing. Like one or two, like at least 1, 2. Yeah. I think it'll hurt them at the end. I think they hurt themselves with that decision.
Now, there's been a lot of speculation for more than a year about what kind of role, if any, Austin's twin brother Hunter might have played in this confrontation. Both of those witnesses and others say Hunter was actually on the other side of the tent scrolling on his phone and did not become involved until after Austin was stabbed. Now, there are more students taking the stand right now in the courthouse behind me. We'll bring you their testimony later today. Live in McKinney, JD Miles, CBS News, Texas.
Well, if that's true, that goes like, they won't be able to
So we're
use
actually going to get into
my bad, that just that was popping up. That'll go against his whole self-defense thing, if especially like if you're saying like, oh, these two twin brothers about to jump on him. If witnesses are saying, hey, the brother wasn't even paying attention, he was on his phone. But then that, I don't know, but then that goes against earlier stories, because remember the brother said that he says that his brother moved his bag or and was confronting him, so he couldn't have just been over on his phone not paying attention or something, or I don't know, or maybe it points to the fact that maybe him not being involved is he's listening and seeing what's going on, but perhaps doesn't think it's such a big deal to the point where he would need to go back his brother up and help him, which would then again point to the fact that it hurt the self-defense case, because it's like, I mean, I didn't even react. That's how I didn't think it was serious enough for somebody to get stabbed, So I don't know. Ooh, we got one more. Come on. Trying to break up this other video.
Welcome back. Frisco High School students who witnessed the fatal stabbing of Austin Metcalf backed up the state's case during testimony in the Karmelo Anthony murder trial today. Those students describe a tense scene inside the tent at a track meet, and they claim that
Day 2 of the murder trial of Karmelo Anthony featured some emotional testimony from several people who were at the track meet the day of the deadly stabbing.
And some of those witnesses, students who just were feet away from Austin Metcalf when he died. Fox 4's Alex Boyer live tonight with an update on today's hearing. Alex.
Hey guys, and testimony wrapped up less than an hour ago. It was certainly a very difficult day of testimony inside of the courtroom. For the first time, we really got a look at that folding knife that was used to kill Austin Metcalf. The jury was also shown some graphic body camera video from a police officer's perspective. You can see CPR being.
Raimi says would 1-2 black jurors be enough to make it feel fair is the question. I probably not. For me, yeah, but for most people, most likely not. Yeah. I'm Stanley says Texas is a juror deselection. Yeah, it is. It is. Because they send it out, so they already picked the juries, and you're right, it's just a matter of getting rid of people that you don't want.
Watching that, including Metcalf's mother, who is seated in front of me. Now, our sketch artist takes us back inside the Collin County Courtroom, where cameras are prohibited. Anthony is dressed in a blue suit today. This morning, the jury heard from Frisco ISD School Resource Officer Eduardo Cortez. He told Anthony, or he took Anthony rather, into custody at the stadium after that deadly encounter. Anthony was identified by witnesses who were following him and identified him wearing that Essentials Fear of God gray sweatshirt and dark pants. The jury also watched Cortez's body camera video. And when Anthony's cuffed, Cortez radioed to dispatch that he had the alleged suspect in custody. You then hear Anthony tell Cortez, "I'm not alleged, I did it." Anthony appears to get emotional when he went on to say he put his hands on me. I told him not to. The jury was then shown the pictures of the knife used to stab Metcalf at that meet. It's a 3.5-inch folding knife, and it has blood on it. I can tell you that it was located 3 to 4 rows up from the crime scene in between some bleachers. Anthony's blue backpack was also found there. I talked to a Court TV host, Cody Thomas, who observed today's testimony.
The video definitely brought about a visceral response. We're seeing this body cam video of when Karmelo's arrested. We're seeing the first moments of that, and we're hearing Karmelo, sounding emotional, saying, I told him not to put his hands on me. I told him not to, and that's what the prosecution's harping on, saying that part is a lie.
So perhaps the most gut-wrenching moment in court today was when the jury saw another police officer's body camera video that I mentioned. His pupils were fixed and dilated, and he didn't have a pulse.
That's one thing about trial. A family member, you got to sit there and rewatch your family member die. That would be hard for anybody, and then even for the defendant. Karmelo Anthony's sitting there too, and I wonder how much it's weighing on him. Like I actually took a life. Like, this person's not coming back. Like, every moment that goes by, you're realizing this shit real. Like damn. We went from promising students and athletes to somebody's dead and the next person facing life in prison is insane. It's how did we get here?
First responders doing CPR on Metcalf at the bottom of the bleachers. That leader Metcalf's fixed. He didn't have a pulse. He was gray, and it was obvious in that body camera video to us as well. That's when several members of the Metcalf family broke down in the courtroom.
Here inside of the courtroom, and they're just taking it all in. It's a different kind of emotional reaction. It might not be as audible and visible because his liberty's at stake. He could go to jail for the rest of his life.
And so while I was still inside of the courtroom, the jury also heard testimony from two teens who were under the tent that fateful day and witnessed the encounter. Both said that Metcalf asked Anthony repeatedly to leave the tent over the course of a few minutes and that Anthony refused. One teen said that he saw Metcalf use both of his hands to push Anthony on his shoulders. At that point, Anthony had his hand in his backpack, which was on his lap. He said that Anthony swayed back, and when he came back forward, that is when Anthony stabbed Metcalf. Now, the teens testified that they did not see him actually get stabbed, but noticed blood coming from his shirt, and that's how they were aware of the stabbing. Now, I can tell you again, in one of the officer's body camera videos, you can see Metcalf's twin brother, inconsolable, near the crime scene, and he was yelling really at the top of his lungs, crying, saying, "That was my best friend, that was my brother." Very difficult to hear. Now, I want to bring in my colleague, Amelia Jones, and I had left those two afternoon, that were under the tent also testified.
Yes, all testimony today was from students who were firsthand witnesses to what happened under the tent. There were students either at Memorial High School or Austin Metcalf was not looking for a fight, and they believe Karmelo Anthony was the aggressor. Now, that's what they testified to when the prosecution specifically asked them those questions. But there was some inconsistencies in their testimony today. I wrote down witnesses described the physical interaction between Metcalf and Anthony differently. I wrote down a lot of words in my notes I have here. Witnesses used words such as nudge, push, touch, grab, and shove, all describing varying intensities of a physical interaction, right? They also, yes, differed on how hard Metcalf physically touched Anthony during that altercation. I wrote down that I think it'll be interesting to see how the jury really processes that and how they understand and believe the interaction went down from the testimony that was presented. Now, of course, we have to hear the defense's witnesses, right? And what those witnesses have to say. So on the defense's side, during cross-examination, I took note that Anthony's defense team really highlighted the difference
This shit pissed me off. Yeah, after this, because I want to do another live, but after this, I'm gonna restart my damn computer. But I was doing a bunch of stuff earlier, so my apologies. I have to not right now. I'm gonna finish this up and stuff because we almost at the end. But it's glitchy. It's getting glitchy.
in size between Metcalf and Anthony. We know Metcalf was a football player, and one witness testified that Metcalf probably had about 50 to 60 pounds on Anthony. So the defense really honed in on the comparison of their size. Specifically, however, when this all happened. And so I think that line of questioning was consistent in the teen witnesses that took the stand. I think that gives us some insight into the case that the defense is building.
Sure, trying to build that case for self-defense.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you so much, Amelia Jones, for your perspective there and insight. Of course, Amelia, again, taking over this story nightside. She's going to have a wrap on the latest testimony, more on what you just heard tonight on Fox 4 News later this evening, beginning at 9 and 10 p.m. The judge holding court tomorrow, so I will be here for testimony and bring you the latest then. Back to you.
All right, some of the things Amelia was talking about, it sounds like jury instructions will be very important as well, right, Alex? If a push or a shove rises to deadly force in response to that, and there's just so many things we're left to learn as well. All right.
All right. Boom. There we go. I was gonna put this up real quick because I didn't I was gonna present this to see like if people think, oh, well, should it be like a lesser charge or something? What do most people think fits for what happened? All right. So you got Penal Code Section 19.02. So they charging him with murder, which is first degree felony. Says adequate cause means cause that would commonly produce a degree of anger, rage, resentment, or terror in a person of ordinary temper, sufficient to render the mind incapable of cool reflection. B, sudden passion means passion directly caused by and arising out of provocation by the individual killed, or another acting with the person killed, which passion arises at the time of the offense and is not solely the result of the former provocation. Yeah, a person commits an offense if the person intentionally or knowingly causes the death of an individual, intends to cause seriously bodily injury, and commits an act clearly dangerous to human life that causes the death of an individual, commits or attempts to commit a felony other than manslaughter, and in the course of and in furtherance of the commission or attempt or in immediate flight from the commission or attempt, the person commits or attempts to commit an act clearly dangerous to human life that causes the death of an individual. We had I have a friend that cousin was doing that, running from the police, caused an accident that killed somebody. They got charged with murder. Right? Trying to see what capital murder says. So it says for capital murder, a person commits an offense if the person commits a murder as defined under section 19.02 B1. Let's see. Okay. A person murders a peace officer or fireman who is acting in the lawful discharge of an official duty and who the person knows is a peace officer or fireman. So that's capital murder case. Person intentionally commits the murder in the course of committing or attempting to commit, like if you kidnapping, burglary, robbery, aggravated sexual assault, arson, obstruction, or retaliation or terroristic threat under section 22.07. Okay. So murder somebody while committing any of those things is a capital murder case. The person commits the murder or remuneration or the promise of remuneration or employs another to commit the murder for remuneration or the promise of remuneration. All right. All right. Oh, let me see. All right. Oh, okay. So remuneration is like payment for work compensation. So that's like murder for hire. I had to look that up. I didn't know that one. I was like, remuneration. That's how they put it. So when they be having a murder for hire, like conspiracy to kill Kate. So that's what those are like capital murder trials. Okay, so and then it says the person commits the murder while escaping or attempting to escape from a penal institution. Wow, so that would be a capital murder case. And person while incarcerated in a penal institution murders another. Who is employed in operation of the penal institution with the intent to establish, maintain, or participate in a combination or in the profits of a combination. Wow. So these are how you get the capital murder. The person while incarcerated for an offense under this section or section 19.02, that's capital murder, or while serving a sentence of life imprisonment or a term of 99 years, or an offense under section 20.04, 22.021, which is aggravated kidnapping, and then you got aggravated sexual assault or aggravated robbery. Let me see. So it could be murder. I don't think it falls under capital murder. Let's see if he could fall under manslaughter, because they did mention like if people, like if jurors were willing, because they asked also, because people fail to realize they asked questions that would fit both sides. So they asked like, could you convict a 17-year-old where he could be sentenced to life in prison? Then they also added in question saying, hey, if convicted, found guilty, would you be willing to find this person guilty of a lesser charge? So if the evidence does not fit murder, can you say, hey, this is not murder? Can you be honest, not be biased, and say, hey, this don't fit murder, but it does fit this, and find them guilty of that? So they ask questions to fit both sides. I'll put a couple more y'all comments on the screen. I appreciate everybody in the building. If you thumbs up, also those participating in chatting, having the conversation. I appreciate you all. And it's been going good so far. You know, some people came in hot and heavy, and I understand it's just an emotionally charged case. I'm trying to get people to see, like, you know, if it's really about the families, there's no reason for people trying to make it racial. You know, I haven't seen any proof that them two boys was fighting because either one of them were racist. I think it's a silly thing that happened between teenagers, and you know, people, you know. Let's see. Raimi says second degree murder is an unlawful killing committed with malice, but without premeditation or advanced planning. It generally applies when a person intends to kill in the heat of the moment. Yeah. And that's the thing, though. When I was looking up, because people kept putting first degree murder, they don't have degrees of murder in Texas, it seems. Because I was looking it up, and when people were writing he's fighting first degree murder, when I looked it up, it was saying it's murder, but first degree felony is how it's supposed to be written. I didn't see nothing with second degree. And I guess that's the thing with states. You know, every state has their own thing. And I think that's why, like, even him facing a murder charge, right? Because they don't have, I guess they don't have first degree, second degree, third. Some people places got third degree, right? I think that's why his sentencing is so wide. It's his sentencing, they say he's facing 5 years to life. That means he could be found guilty of murder and be sentenced to 5. So let me see. Shout out to everybody. Let's see, Dexter. We said, why is there an all-white jury and they're claiming it has nothing to do with race? Is a diabolical lie. Black people have been murdered for years, and the white killers walk away, and no one blinks. I think that jury selection is going to come back to bite them in the ass. But they gotta dive deep into that. I think that is definitely something's going to come up at the end of the trial. I think it is. They'll go into it. I still think a huge part of it is a lot of times, Black people don't want to be on juries. And because we don't have practice in getting in on juries. So we don't know how to answer the questions to make sure we get picked for these important trials, and we answer questions a certain way, a wrong way. And I think when you have a prosecutor that's looking for a reason to strike somebody that ain't gonna vote for them, they use it as an opening. Yeah. Oh, reading manslaughter. All right. So a person commits an offense if he recklessly causes the death of an individual. An offense under this section is a felony of the second degree, except that the offense is a felony of the first degree if it is shown on the trial of the offense that the defendant committed an offense under section 28.09, that's damaging critical infrastructure facility. Okay. Recklessly causes the death of an individual. I don't know if it quite fits manslaughter. What he did, would it fit manslaughter? I don't know. Probably not. I would think like manslaughter, maybe kids in the parking lot driving the car, revving it up, spinning the wheels, doing donuts, and then they are being reckless and they hit somebody and kill them. Maybe that's like manslaughter, or I don't know. But it could be like them mutual combat, maybe fighting. Maybe it could be manslaughter. I don't know. Could be. Let's see. Criminal negligent homicide. Let's see. That's a person commits an offense if he causes the death of an individual by criminal negligence. An offense under this section is a state jail felony. Criminal neglect. Let me see. I doubt that they did that, man. People gonna riot if they. That would be a slap on the wrist if it was seen as that. I don't know, but I look it up. It says usually it's is the unintentional killing of another person caused by someone's extreme failure to recognize a substantial or unjustifiable risk, where their behavior represents a gross deviation from what a reasonable person would have done. Unintentional killing, there's no intent to harm or kill. So yeah, I don't think it would be under that either. Yeah. Common examples they say include dangerous driving without awareness of risk, which is scrolling on a phone at highway speed. Unsafe workplace conditions where hazards were ignored, and grossly negligent firearm handling. So no, what he did definitely would not fit criminally negligent homicide. So I don't know if they would if the jury would lower this. Seeing as for murder and his age, he's already not able to be sentenced. He already has a chance at parole. They cannot just give him life without parole, which I assume they definitely wouldn't do the capital murder. He's not going to get death penalty. And it can be as low as 5 years or it can be as high as life. But he still gets the chance for parole. Mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm-mm. Oh, this is sad, man. I didn't think that I would see like I don't know. I didn't expect this to get big like this. I remember when I first heard about this story, I was like, oh man, I said that's sad. I can't believe, kids are hurting each other the way that they hurting each other. I never thought it would blow up this big. Look at him, man. 2 kids, 2 babies, man. All right. So I'm gonna finish my spiel. I gotta go back to my notes. How racial narratives form in high profile cases. And this is definitely what this is. Racial narratives in high profile cases form through a predictable chain of media framing, public emotions, and historical memory, like the whole, of course, the black versus white in America. And the research backs this up clearly. The pattern isn't random, it's structural, psychological, and deeply tied to America's unresolved racial history. When a case involves people of different races, the public rarely reacts to the facts alone. Instead, the case becomes a symbol of larger racial tensions already present in society. And mind you, all of this, they just had the what's their name? Rick Child verdict. Got found not guilty. Tensions is high. We got another one. Chud the Builder. Tensions is high. Telling you. Let's see. Shot Chris says your chat's making it a race thing. Yeah, man. It's a couple people came in here. I think the chat today has been mixed. There's been a lot of people that have said they don't think it's a race thing and that they think we need to do better. And you have some people that just totally feels like it's a race thing, and some people have come in here and have been angry and and stuff like that. I give everybody an opportunity to be honest and say how they feel. I'm just gonna put out my positive vibes and my love for everyone, and hopefully it'll be contagious and everybody will catch it. Hopefully. So hopefully. The love I have for everyone, Yeah. Raimi said, yeah, and there was 5 black people in the Rick Child jury, I believe. Yeah. He still got off. I need to look that. I'm gonna do a reaction to that one too. I like to approach things differently. So sometimes it seems like I'm always late to report on something because I don't just jump out there with my emotions and I try to how do I really feel about this? Am I angry because I'm angry, or am I angry because of the way somebody reported something to me? Because sometimes people being angry, like even the people, like whether you white or black, sometimes those people seem like they evil, but sometimes they see things on the news and it scares them. And they just get angry because they're afraid. They think that somebody's trying to destroy them, their family, their people, the community that they care about. And I'm just here to say that a lot of times the media and the news, they're playing games with you. They know that that's how you feel. You're human. And so you get scared sometimes. Sometimes you get angry and you attack. You know? Kayla says, don't forget there's thousands of children that were growing up without teeth and being, raped and killed because of Epstein, Soros, the Rothschild, Malone, and many other corrupted people. I'm not too familiar with those cases. I've seen things. I made a playlist, a documentary and stuff, and hopefully I can catch up. It's people out there with so much information. I haven't even caught up on that yet. All right, so how racial narratives form in high profile cases. When a case involves people of different races, the public rarely reacts to the facts alone. Instead, the case becomes a symbol of larger racial tensions already present in society. Number one, media turns individuals' incidents. Media turns individual incidents into cultural battles. That's number one. Media turns individual incidents into cultural battles. Sociologist Lynn Chancer shows that high-profile crimes become social causes because they tap into latent racial conflicts already simmering in society. The case stops being about what happened. It becomes about what public fears, remembers, or resents. People project their own racial anxieties onto the story, right? So, like, when it's like it becomes more about what the public fear. White people fear being punished for crimes committed 400 years ago that they didn't do. They fear that people call them like what, people say white devil. They fear being pushed out. They do. Right? You got remembers. Black people remember what happened in the past. It bothers them. Resents. Now both groups resent each other. That simple. So this is why you got cases like OJ Simpson, Rodney King, Trayvon, others, they've become national racial flashpoints, right? The whole, like the George Floyd thing, right? So number two, media framing often reinforces racial stereotypes. So research shows that crime coverage in the US is racially biased in predictable ways. Black and brown suspects are overrepresented as perpetrators. White suspects receive more sympathetic or complex portrayals. Institutional voices, police officials are privileged over marginalized voices. Okay. And I'm glad they said the police because I have law enforcement in my family, right? Okay. Also, let me say this one point first. This pattern was documented in 2024 in a 2024 analysis by the Berkeley Media Studies Group, which found that white suspects are often framed with empathy, while suspects of color are reduced to stereotypes. Right? Okay. This creates racially divergent narratives before the facts are even known. And to get it off of the race thing, to help people understand and see it better, you even see that when it comes to men and women. When you watch a show like Fatal Attraction, what's that show they got? For My Man, right? If you watch that show, even when you watch Snapped, when it's a man killing people, he's just an evil bastard. He was abusive, beating on women since he was 2 years old. When it's a woman, she grew up, she's a single mother. She's She was abused. She was a lot. Now, do they do that for man too? Sometimes, yes, but we're just talking about in general, majority of the time, they paint people differently depending on their color, depending on their gender. They just do. They just That's just what the media does. I don't know. I don't ultimately know why they do it, but they do it. Even when it comes to the police, right? You notice they'll show more stories of police officers killing people or hurting them. They will always show less stories of police officers who have lost their life and people killing them. It's just the narrative that they want to go with. For whatever reason, whatever their agenda is, we don't know. We would have to break into their lab and find some paperwork that they left sitting around to figure this shit out. But there's clearly an agenda. Anybody just looking at the news that doesn't say, hey, let me research this on my own and see what I feel. I don't know what to tell you. I don't want to call you a name, but you're silly. If you cannot see, there's an agenda. It just is. All right. Number 3, elite media voices shape the narrative, not the communities involved. A 2024 Harvard Kennedy School Conference on Crime Reporting found that crime news is shaped by elite editors and institutions. Marginalized communities are often portrayed one-dimensional. Anecdote, overshadowed data, fear-based narratives dominate coverage. This leads to racialized storytelling that reinforces existing hierarchies. Okay. Let's go. Number 4 is language choices, subtly racialize the story. A 2025 study analyzing media coverage of Tyreek Hill's police encounter found that news outlets use different language depending on the race of the person involved. Racial dynamics are often downplayed or neutralized. Coverage privileges institutional voices. Systemic inequality is rarely acknowledged. This shows how racial narratives form not only through what is said, but how it's said. And what's crazy? What I'm saying, don't take my word for it. Just like this anything in life. Just anything. Like, don't take my word for it. Just like the next time you're looking at the news, just listen to them. How they said that. I think most people should know that, right? That's why some people be like, I don't listen to this news station. Why? Because of how they report the news. So you notice it in your own way. Like, that's why people have oh my God, man. When I was young, I ain't know that much about politics. And people used to cuss me the fuck out when I would knock on their door and try to sell them the newspaper, man. They be like, get that crap. I don't even want to say what I was working for, man. Never mind. I didn't know. I was young. I was young at the time. They said, man, get that. Oh man. Oh man. I had this old white dude cuss me out. He was serious about that. I don't even want to. Never mind. Fuck that story. Number 5, public opinions hardens along racial lines. So public opinion hardens along racial lines. So media exposure doesn't just reflect racial divides, it deepens them. So a study on the Trayvon Martin case found that racialized media framing hardened attitudes among Black viewers. It influenced Hispanic viewers the most. It widened the perception gap between racial groups, and it shaped beliefs about bias in the justice system. So it demonstrates how media coverage becomes a racial sorting mechanism. All right. So I got my last little bit. Boom, 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 my notes. This has been a great room. I appreciate even y'all in the chat banging it out, man. Like, do it in the chat. Don't go out there on the streets and get in front of nobody news camera and bang it out, man. Just do it in the chat. It'll be our secret in here. All the shit talking back and forth. All right. It'll just be between us people, man. Also, man, I want to encourage everybody, thumb up the video to bring more people to the video, even after it's uploaded. Subscribe so you can come back and see me again if you want to, but you might hate my guts. Come back and see me again, even if you hate my guts. All right. Because I like to hear from everybody, no matter what your opinion is. Let's see. Put a couple more up there. Okay, so why this happens, the deeper mechanics. Anyway, A is like a multiple choice thing. Why does this happen? Okay, so A, America has unresolved racial trauma. Every interracial conflict triggers historical memory. Policing, segregation, lynching, discrimination, even if the case itself isn't about race. So people use cases to validate their worldview. See, and this is just an example. So people use cases like this to validate their worldview, right? And we've seen this in some of the videos I've played today, especially with the people out there protesting, right? So here goes. See, this proves racism exists, right? See, this proves racism is exaggerated. Or see, this proves the justice system is biased. Or see, this proves the justice system works. Right now, what's funny about that is if Carmelo Anthony is found guilty, you got one side that's gonna say, see, this proved the justice system work. But then you got the other side that's gonna say, nah, I prove the justice system is biased. You see what I'm saying? So it's what they call that, confirmation bias. The case becomes a proxy war for identity and ideology. So right, so that was B. People use cases to validate their worldview. So like confirmation bias. So C, social media amplifies the most extreme interpretations. Nuance dies, outrage wins. People choose sides based on race before they even know the facts, which is what most people have done. And it's like literally after this boy died, this young man died, this kid died, this baby died, because they babies. Both of these boys wet behind the ears. It's so sad. I just thought it was terrible. I said, I can't believe somebody died at a school event. I was like, but people wouldn't even get the facts. They just went straight racial, didn't want to hear nothing and just made it racial. So what is the result of all of this? The individuals disappear. The people involved, victims, suspects, families, become symbols, and they're no longer human beings. Their stories get swallowed up by the racial narrative the public wants to argue about. This is exactly what I am noticing when it comes to the Karmelo Anthony and Austin Metcalf case. And now trial. People aren't talking about the kids. They're talking about what the case means for their racial identity. And that is all that they care about. It is selfish and it's a shame. They should be ashamed of themselves. They're not doing this for the family. They're not doing this because they want a community to be better, anything. It's just purely their own personal hate, their feelings. And that's what I see from these people. They can pretend and call it whatever the fuck they want to call it. They ain't gonna fool me. I know why you out there. I know why you saying the hateful things that you're saying. You don't care about this family. You don't even know them. You act worse than the actual family members of these people act. You just needed a reason to go outside and show your true colors. And I'm saying that not just the white people. I'm saying that to the black people as well. White and black. I'm saying it to you, both of them. And that one Native American guy that was in the middle of the protest, which was crazy. I don't know if people missed that one. That one was, I don't know why. Do I still got that video up? Yeah, I don't even know. But yeah, man, there's a lot of people, man. They still in the people talk about the Matrix, man. There's a lot of people still plugged in, man. They see something, they just go. The media just tell you anything, and you just you just start acting. You start going crazy, man. You forget that you're talking about kids, man. You talking about children. And especially not for me, I don't think there's no amount of racism that could make me like want to see things like people die or people hurt, especially when it comes to kids, man, or children. And these guys, they weren't like babies or nothing, but they teenagers, man. They kids, man. They don't know shit. They ain't learned how to control their emotions yet and stuff, man. Yeah, Raimi, you gotta teach all the children, man. It's sad over a fucking tent on a rainy day. Like, it's all insane, man. It's just sad. Let me see if I can do I still got it? If I got it, boom. All right, I still got it. I'm gonna play what I was talking about before, and then after this, I actually made a AI song just about everything that I was talking about today. So I'm gonna play that, and then I'll be done. I love you all, whether you hate me. Seriously.
Motherfucker, you barely made it to the. You got one foot in the grave.
That motherfucker, I want to know what that means. Is that a threat? I'm getting the hell up out of there. Somebody walk up on me and his eyes looking, he say that. I'm like, man, he about to put a root on me. Like, people from the South know what I mean. Somebody say that, you get word. All right, here we go.
Karmelo Anthony should be swinging from a tree outside this courthouse. Karmelo Anthony should be hanging from a tree. He wants to reestablish race relations in this country so that we can get along.
Tensions were high today for the Karmelo Anthony case, who is on trial for the alleged unaliving of Austin Metcalf.
We love our black youth. They deserve protection too. So, excuse me if I use colorful language like Karmelo Anthony needs to be swinging from a tree. Our people are being hunted by your people.
It's the other way around, because for years and years and centuries, white people have killed black people. Do you deny that? Like, have hung black people in trees. Like you said, have enslaved black people, have mass incarcerated black people.
I think it's victim culture. I think it's victim culture, and there's too much. You crack-ass motherfucker, you barely made it to the. You got one foot in the grave and one on a banana peel. I'm gonna push you if I get close enough.
Many supporters from each side showed up and gave their side of the story, including Next
I
Gen.
want to put out how Karmelo feels. He feels like you need 8, 19-year-old child that's fighting for their life.
That's one of our sons,
Yeah.
you know. That's one. I'm just coming here to support one of my
family, friends. You know, I think it's messed up what they did. I'm not saying anything racially, but I'm protesting that somebody that did a crime should be in prison for that crime.
Because if the shoe was on the other foot, they wouldn't give it to you. Let's say the community.
I just want to make sure that I capture, like, in my mind, like, everything, how it happens.
I'm Native American. I believe in Christian values. I'm here to stand for these people over on this side. They're animals. They're heathens. They're fucking, they shouldn't even be allowed in this country anymore. They are agreeing that an innocent person should be murdered and the guy should get away. I don't agree with that.
Yeah, it was pretty wild, but I put some details below about the case. Let me know your thoughts on it.
I'm telling you, when you look at that, all you see is a bunch of people in fear. They all look chaotic to me. My brother, the Prince of Pace, said that's why I believe he should be tried the full law. These were kids. A child is gone. Two families are hurting by another kid's mistake because he couldn't fight like for real. And shout out to Prince of Petty, man. He's the one. Prince, that's my brother, man. He brought this attention to my attention a long time ago. Because like I said, when it first happened, people were not paying this much attention to it. Seriously. When people started realizing black kid, white kid, then it grew. It grew. If these was two white kids or two black kids, these people would not care. They would not be out there at all. Some of this is going to use this for later on. Like some of these people out here protesting, they make a career in it. And so this is actually something they can put on their resume when they go to have jobs or represent for other people and stuff. Like, hey, you know, I was involved in the Karmelo Anthony, Austin Metcalf case. I was out there, I was protesting. I worked to help get justice for Austin. People be putting these things on their resumes. They have an agenda. Some of these people, it's like their job. They're doing their job. Yeah, Buddy says, I'm genuinely curious why this is a race issue. There was a homicide. If they were both white, my opinion's pretty objective, would not be different. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Somebody died. You got to figure out, like, you know, you have to go to court. He's like, hey, is this self-defense? Is this what we're allowing? Because I don't think this is what we should allow or push, get someone stabbed. And I don't change my opinion on that based off the color of nobody's skin. If it's wrong, it's wrong. Shout out to Raimi. Have a great weekend, everyone. You too have a great weekend. I appreciate you today. Appreciate you. Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate you. The Real Rich Young says, stand your ground. Real Rich thinks it's self-defense. I don't know. I don't know enough of what happened between them two, but I'm leaning more towards he shouldn't have pulled no knife. And I think, like, if you like an uncle, a auntie, a parent, ain't no way you gonna tell your 17-year-old to pull out a knife and start stabbing people because they get into a confrontation at school. I'm saying I don't think you gonna tell them that. You gonna be pissed. Like, you did what? You pulled a knife? Hell, if he could say it's self-defense and he pulled a knife, what if that boy had a gun? Like, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, no, I don't. I don't know. I cannot say that that's self-defense. And even me, like, I'm thinking, like, as a young man, right? Say me, just as a kid, and you're not thinking, right? Man, this our tent, man. What you doing over here, shouted? You know what I'm saying? I'm just thinking, like, as a Southern, like, man, what you doing over here, shouted, man? Like, you ain't supposed to be over here, woo, 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 whatever, right? If I'm that's how the kids talk, woo, 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 right? And like, say, man, you get out of my face. Nah, you get out of my face, and I push him. You mean to tell me that it should be legal to be stabbed and killed after that? Nah. I ain't gonna agree to that. And if that is true, and that's anyone's logic, and I'm gonna just say this, because see, I have the beauty of I'm black, I'm an American, and my family is also law enforcement, right? So by that logic, if you got a people will no longer be able to say if a person is fighting with the police after they told your ass to lay down, put your hand behind your back, then can a police officer then say that their life is in danger and shoot somebody, or right? You see what I'm saying? See, it get tricky when you start bringing in different scenarios or what you want to add, different situations. Like, what do we want to say is self-defense? If you could just two kids arguing and then all it was some pushing and somebody died for that, I'm not going to agree to that. I don't think anybody should, because you know why? It could be your kid. God forbid. It could be your kid. God forbid, it could be your little cousin. It could be your niece. You mean to tell me you would agree that if your niece in high school, her and a girl exchange words, your niece, she's wrong. She like, girl, get out of my face. You know how kids say, girl, get out of my face. And she just pushed the girl like this. Mind you, she ain't push her down no stairs. She just pushed the girl like this. Girl, you better back. Girl, you better back up. And she pushed her, so girl, you get out of my face. And you would think it's okay in self-defense for that person to pull out a knife, stab your niece, kill her right there. And you would say, yeah, you know what? My niece fucked around and found out, man. That was self-defense, man. Let's go home, y'all. I don't think anybody would agree with that. I don't. I do not. I don't think anybody would agree with that. Saying, you know who that person is on the screen? You said his son posted that. I've seen that guy, I think, before. I was like, I think he like supposed to be a social media influencer or somebody like that. I don't know. You know, Remington says he really shouldn't have tried to be brave, should have called the cops. Nobody should have been stabbed, but that's why he let the law do their job. Yeah, I think you should just got a coach or somebody like that. I think that's, but kids don't listen, man. Anybody got kids, man, you teach your kids that all the time. Go get a teacher. They never do. Why? Because they so worried about being embarrassed. Oh, you told the teacher, you a tattletale. That's just the thing with children, man. Like, they always think they can handle something on their own, especially teenage boys, man. They got so much testosterone. That's why, to me, I'm too against it, like with the knife. Like, man, I remember you have a friendly squabble, a little fisticuffs, put them up. Like, now we stabbing each other? What are you talking about, man? Like, me and my friend, man, I never forget, man, I was in high school, man. Me and my homeboy, we got into a brawl in the cafeteria. We put on a show, but we did it the old school way. We put on the show in that cafeteria, but we ain't put no weapons on each other. Like, and I ain't gonna lie to you, both of us had access to weapons, but we ain't put no weapons on each other. Nah. Why? Just to fight. No reason to stab somebody and take their life. But yeah, man, those people out there protesting, they weird. They don't care about the families. Yep. Let's see. Put up a couple of more comments, and then I'm gonna play my AI song. I don't care if y'all boo it. Because I think I'm a little bit void of emotions anyway. I had to learn to detach away from media, social media, and stuff like that. Because if I put too much emotions into like the internet shit, I wouldn't like anybody. Seriously, man. I was posting some motivational videos, and this girl got, I assume it was a woman because men don't usually type this way, but somebody kept getting under my YouTube shorts calling me a dusty male or something. And I was like, what the fuck? I said, why is this person being mean to me? And I'm like, why are you calling me dusty? Why are you being mean to me? Like, I'm posting motivational shit trying to make people better. Like, it's enough evil in the world. That ain't my job. You want to hear somebody be evil? Just go watch somebody else. I ain't got to do it. I don't have to join y'all battle royale. Okay? I know it's a joke. I know it's all meant to create a divide. If it takes time for the rest of y'all to wake up and realize that, I'm cool with that. But I'll always be here for you. My brother, the Prince, says, I called this out from day one. This is a right and wrong issue. Learn your laws. You escalate in self-defense. Melo should have fought the dude if he asked to leave a tent. That wasn't his to leave. Yep. Goats are cool, says, which I like that name because I always wanted a pet goat, to be honest. Sad to see how much this situation has divided blacks and whites. Shaking my head. I know, because you know what? It could have been the opposite, where it could have brought people together to agree upon, like, hey, man, this is wrong, and but I do think it's people like that, but it's scary that the only people they want to show is the people that are fighting and pushing that racist agenda, right? And people gonna get mad at me for saying this. When I say racist agenda, I don't mean just white people. Black people push racist agendas as well. I know I ain't supposed to say that. They're gonna take my black card away. Whatever. Cool. But I think that's just who they choose to show. So I don't know. Pig Daddy, I don't know what you mean by that one. You mean out the trial, like the trial is unfair, or you mean like what people say happens in prison? I don't know which one you mean by that one. Oh man, Prince said, imagine Kobe going to sit in the Celtics locker room before the game. Whatever. You got to pick somebody else, man. Everybody love Kobe. I think Kobe cool enough to do it. Whatever. Doug Jordan talking about EBT for everybody in Oprah Winfrey's voice. He's like, you get a car, you get a car, you get a car. Pig Daddy says it wasn't 4v1. I don't think it was 4 people on him. I don't know. I can't wait to read, get the transcript and really see in the whole full picture of what happened, and how it comes together. Even though I'm not gonna lie, I was a little bit about witness testimony, because when your friends are your witness, will they fully, if Austin Metcalf did do something that would help Karmelo Anthony's self-defense case, would they say it? Would they be coached not to say it? You know what I mean? Not saying there's anything that he did. I don't know if he did or didn't do anything. I stand by from what I've heard so far, no matter what people say. I I still don't see why one teenager would stab another teenager. I still can't get that. But you know what I mean? Like, if it's your friends testifying for you, I know that's you couldn't help but be biased because your friend died and you're witnessing, and saying what happened, you know. But I would assume, I don't know. I don't want to assume anything. Y'all know what I mean. I would be worried if your witnesses are friends of the victim. I am a little worried about that. Because I don't, I would hope that they would report what actually happened. All right. Yeah. All right, I'm about to play the song. Keep in mind, this is just something I started doing. Like, I do like certain cases, and I like making AI songs. And I was like, man, I'm gonna make one for this one. And I don't think it's half bad. To be honest with you, I think it's pretty cool. And then so after that, then the show will be over. I'll just put up more y'all clips because I'm about to I've been drinking a lot of water, so yeah. Rain Me says the greatest evidence they have is Karmelo had zero injuries. Let's see. And Trail says never claimed he was being jumped, only that it was 4v1, meaning outnumbered, not justified, but it seems there's more misinformation than anything. I get that, but you kind of are going to be outnumbered if you're sitting up under somebody else's tent. I wonder how the law looks at all that. You know what I mean? Like, yeah. Oh man, Bled. He said, drink Henny or they really pulling your black card. LOLJK. Hey, I ain't gonna lie, we love Henny. So you don't have to apologize for that. We love the Henny. But when we get a little older, we switch to Remy. And I'm at that age now. They just gonna have to take my black card. I ain't drinking no damn Hennessy. I got in enough trouble drinking that Hennessy. And I remember before that, we was drinking that Irk and Jerk. That fucking E and J. You talking about having a bad night just because you want to be cheap and don't want to spend too much money on better liquor? Man. You can't give me. Oh, you know what? I don't even want to say what I was about to say. You know what I will drink? I'll drink that white Henny though. It's good. I try that now, but just Hennessy, I stay away from. I drink too much. So, And I don't know if that's gonna work either though. Like Eve loves God. Like Metcalf was bigger than Anthony. I don't know. I was like, when I was in high school, I was like 5'4" and like 5'5". I still fought a dude that was like over 6 feet. I never pulled no weapon on him or nothing like that. And I whooped that. I whooped him. That was so crazy. Like when I was told the story earlier about my son, it was like the same situation. And I was scared because I was like, history repeats itself. You know what I mean? But it was the same thing, 5 foot. Other guy's 6 feet. I didn't care. Like, I ain't think to get no weapon or nothing like that. I was like, he just gonna have to whoop me. Like, it is what it is. So, hey. All right, let me get this song up. This is gonna be the song. Y'all can keep chatting, and after the song or whatever, I'll probably like end the live. I'm gonna try to try to get better uploading videos. But I do be liking like to I be liking to come on live, man. And people. Yeah, I'm gonna play this song, and then after that, I'm gonna have to. Come on. All right. I feel like I should have made 2 different styles for everybody. I know everybody into different type of music, man. But anyway, this one kind of like a neo soul type of R&B feel. But it's just about everything in this case and my feelings and my thoughts. I just put it into a song.
I've been watching all these voices turning tragedy to theater. Everybody playing prophet, but the truth ain't getting clearer. 2 boys under pressure, but the world became the narrator, painting pictures with their bias like the pain ain't even there. I see timelines turning trauma into something they can weaponize. Skin tone louder than the facts, louder than a father's cries. They don't want a child, they just amplify their own device, using death to validate the hatred they've been holding deep inside. It's like the country got a fever that it never learned to sweat out. History in every argument, but nobody wanna let out the simple truth. 2 families broke, 2 futures bled out, and all these strangers screaming like they know what this was about. I swear the noise is drowning out the heartbeat of the moment. Everybody choosing sides like they rehearsed it, like they own it. And I'm standing in the middle thinking how we get so soulless. A child died and the world turned it into something hopeless. Colors getting louder than the cries. Hashtags covering up a father's eyes. Everybody claiming they know what justice is, but nobody's looking. Nobody's looking at the kids. Yeah, they arguing black and white like that's all this ever is, but nobody's looking. Nobody's looking at the kids. I see white folks riding hard cause they fueled by old resentment. I see black folks riding hard cause they shaped by old oppression. Everybody triggered by the ghost they never learned to question. And 2 boys caught between the weight of every past transgression. It's like empathy got buried under centuries of fear. Like nobody wants the truth, they just want their side to appear. It's the righteous one to hurt, one the one that's in the clear. While 2 mothers pray at night, wishing they could disappear. They don't love their father, they just love how his pain fits into the narrative they've been waiting for, the one that never quit. They don't know that boy, they just love how his name hits when they trying to prove a point with someone else's brokenness. Why we let the past write the script for the present? Why we let the noise get louder than the children? Why we turn a moment into something so malignant? Why we let our trauma make the innocent the victim? Colors getting louder than the cries. Hashtags covering up a father's eyes. Everybody claiming they know what justice is, but nobody's looking. Nobody's looking at the kids. They arguing in black and white like that's all this ever is, but nobody's looking. Nobody's looking. 2 families hurting, 2 futures burning. Oh, and the world keeps turning. Why can't it concern me? Everybody talking, but nobody listening. Two young souls gone, and the whole world's missing it.
Alrighty. Hope y'all enjoyed that. If you didn't, I just started with doing all this AI stuff, man. I want to say I appreciate everybody coming through. Feel free to thumbs up the video. I think you can hype it in like today or tomorrow or whatever, because it's still a process once after you end a live. Yeah, man, but I appreciate you all, man. I hope you seriously think about the things that I said today, and when you see news and things on the internet and in the media, yeah, Dark Jordan, that was AI generated, man. I just wanted to come up with a song to express my feelings and thoughts about like what I was trying to express today. I don't, whatever side people are on, whether they feel like it was self-defense or not, I think it's a correct way and an incorrect way to discuss issues and stuff that's going on. So what up, Prince? Prince says, why does that go so hard? Yeah, it's dope, man. Anybody want to get into making some AI music, man? I ain't no good singer or nothing like that, man. But I be having ideas, man. So I be like, I mess around with it in my free time, help me get my thoughts out, and stuff like that. I done made like some cool stuff, man, on here. I done made some cool stuff on here, man. Let me see. What's one? Hold on. Here you go.
I don't wanna miss you not a second of your time. Girl, you got me locked in, heavy on my mind. If loving you's a problem, I don't wanna find a cure. Cause every time you leave, I just want you more. I can't snooze on you, no way, no night. You the one I dream about even when you in my sight. If loving you's a risk, then I'm down to pay the price. I can't snooze on you. Now man, second guess this price. Drop the walls, I swore I never put aside. Got me checking in, tapping in, calling just to feel you. Acting like I'm cool, but I swear I damn near need you. You know how to move, how to talk, how to touch me. Yeah. Every little thing you do hit different, it's ugly. I ain't trying to front like I'm stronger than the truth. If you walked away tonight, I'll probably follow after you. Cause you got that hold on me, that don't let go on me, that cancel all my plans. I'm on the road on me, and I ain't ashamed, girl, I'm on it. You the only one I'm choosing, yeah, I'm showing it all. I don't wanna miss you not a second of your time. Girl, you got me locked in, heavy on my mind. Loving you's a problem, I don't wanna find a cure.
But yeah, what up, Dark Jordan? Man, I appreciate you, man. Appreciate you for that. But yeah, man, I might do a live, man, where I'm just making random AI music just all night and chill. I just might do that. Prince said that ain't no damn AI. I promise you, bro. It's AI. AI. That ain't my voice. I wish. I be on somebody's stage hitting them Chris Brown moves, you know what I'm saying? If I had a voice like that, man, I wish. I wish, man. Oh, oh shit, I forgot. I gotta run to the damn store too, man. I've been on here for a minute. I ain't mean to be on here for like what has been like it's like 4 hours we've been live now, man. 4 hours. But I had a blast with all of y'all, man. I'm telling you, no matter what your opinion was, I had fun with you today. I respect your right to have your own opinion. I believe in freedom of speech. Because we got to keep it. It's the way that we fight against our government. And that's the main benefit to having freedom of speech, is so that our government, our country cannot just do things and make us be silent and shit. But yeah, man, it is AI. Matter of fact, I made a diss song for Dr. Cheyenne Bryant. I don't know if y'all know about her, but hold on.
They want receipts. She say, God know that's her credentials. Internet pressure, degree confidential. Whole time not trying to fact check what's unofficial. Show the proof, they keep asking. She say I ain't got her. I'm a coach, not a therapist. Still they want the saga. Rumors from the past, old clips they digging proper. Whole world strolling like detectives with a charger. They say the doctor ain't missing, she say the school folded. Records only kept 2 years, that's how old it. Critics on the page like detectives, trying to decode it. She say I faked the validation, pressure. She rose in, no license, she admitted. I don't bill insurance, but the public, here doctor, now they want assurance. She say her works beat louder, they say that ain't endurance. Hold debate online, everybody acting like the jurors. Overs pop up, grainy frames, they say it's her. No proof, just resemblance, internet prefer to blur. LaFiz chimed in, said he knew her from the world, but even he ain't questioned degrees, that's the swirl. Coach, you gotta patent, build you up, then they test you. Influence big, now the rumors wanna press you. She say envy in the air, people wanna stress you. Whole situation like a drill. Gone, no files left, that's confidential. Whole time I'm trying to fact check what's unofficial. Show the proof, they keep asking. She say I ain't got it.
Yeah. Yeah, I had to make that one. Blake Neck says this music sounds like risky behavior. I'm telling you. I appreciate it. I'm messing around with it, man. I think in the future, anyways, people gonna be able to create their own AI artists, man. And I think it's dope. Even like I was thinking, like, for even like some of you out there that are independent filmmakers, you're gonna be able to save money, create your own soundtracks for your films or for your podcast or your radio or whatever, and it's crazy, man. You being able to do that. Let's see. He says, hey, just listening. You should go listen to Brandon Jamal. He is the stepson of the black guy who was spewing the foul racist stuff outside the courthouse. Very interesting. Okay. Let me see. Brandon Jamal. All right. Hold on. I'm gonna take a picture of it and I'm gonna look it up. Cause I got so much stuff I gotta do that people's telling me to look up. I know I still gotta come back and do the video about the Southern Poverty Law Center, because I was doing videos on Polk County and the investigations they've been doing. Polk County was doing those sting operations where they're arresting like 200 people at a time for like human trafficking, prostitution, and stuff like that. And somebody got upset that I was highlighting Polk County's good job they was doing. And they said, well, you need to go look because they're getting sued by this girl. And they were getting sued by a young lady. They mishandled her grape case, right? And it took me down a rabbit hole where I also found the lawsuit that the Southern Poverty Law Center had against Polk County because the sheriff took over. They were suing him, accusing him of locking up minors, holding them in the same jail as adults. But he came and showed how actually he has separate facilities. And he was saying his process of arresting and locking up juveniles was better than the original process. So they beat the case. But then somebody else came in the chat and said, you need to do more research in the Southern Poverty Law Center, which I wasn't trying to big up Southern Poverty Law Center. I was just on live and I was just going down the rabbit hole, you know? And I saw recently Southern Poverty Law Center, which they're supposed to be fighting against racial injustices and stuff like that, where they're saying they were actually giving money to these like racial groups like the KKK and, you know, Nazi parties and stuff like that. So I was like, man, I got to do that story. And I got reminded of that because I was watching a debate between Captain Tazariot and a guy came on there and said, well, your group, the Israelites, the ISUPK Israelites, y'all are labeled as a terrorist group, and the group that labeled them as a terrorist group is the Southern Poverty Law Center. And that reminded me, I said, I still got to do that show. So yeah, Prince says you ain't shit. I know, but I had to do it. With the Cheyenne Brown, I had to. Yep. Stephanie says school policy and the law are mutually exclusive, such as in this case. Okay, yeah, like I was bringing up, like, was he even supposed to have a knife on school grounds? So yeah. Well, okay. You said I think that the trial's supposed to go on for like 2 weeks, I think. So they're not gonna get to a verdict just yet. So it just depends. Oh no, that's just you talking about my jacket? Nah, it's just one of my favorite jackets that I keep around and I just throw on when I'm going somewhere. But nah, not a vet. I wanted to follow after my, my family and stuff like that. And I remember those people came to my house to recruit me and get me. And my mama said, hell no. Y'all ain't taking my baby. Yeah, I ain't taking my baby, man. But get out of here. I gotta run some errands and I got some more videos to record and to upload. If I get a chance to do another live, I will. If not, but anywho, I do appreciate you all, man. I hope y'all have a blessed day. Remember to respect each other. Remember that when things like this happens in society, everybody is hurt. Do not allow the media or other people on the internet to trigger you. Pull you out of your character. Don't lose focus about what's right, what's wrong. Have a healthy moral code and treat everybody based off of who they truly are, not the color of their skin. And that's to everybody, So I appreciate you all. I'm about to head out, man. I appreciate my brother, the Prince of Petty. I'm glad he was able to come to my other brother, Mr. Marcus. I appreciate you all. Thank you. Let me hit my brother one more time. I'm out of here. Peace. Y'all be blessed, man. Be good. I'll see y'all next.
Risque behavior.